we start with a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Soria. Vice President Arias. President Brandow.
Here.
Capriolio, gotcha.
And now we're going to start with an invocation by Tom Sims from 4141 Ministries. Pastor, if we would all stand up, and when we're done with the prayer, we'll salute the flag.
Pray with me. God of the extraordinary, God of the mundane, God of life and breath and hope and community, there is nothing that escapes your attention. Not one detail of our lives, not one detail of the busy work we do each day, not in the fine print, not on the consent calendar, not in those matters that are open for debate, where people of goodwill have differing perspectives and seek to come to common understanding. God of hope and God of Fresno, who loves Fresno even as we do and more, its people, its leaders. We come here today to speak truth as we understand truth, to reason together, and to find whatever common ground is available for the betterment of this community. We thank you for these leaders and those that equip them for service, for each council member that has been chosen by the people and anointed by your hand through your grace to serve. Help them to have wise and deliberate minds today and clarity of thought and charity of spirit. Help them to do what you have taught us to do and exemplified through your Son, to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you. We pray this in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor.
The tribe of Judah's here, the true offspring of David, the bright and morning star. Are we here, my Father says? Isha Ola Kahola Jehola. The tribe of Judah. I will stand, but they're waiting for me. Please don't arrest me for trying to do business here, my Father. Please, let me have my say, my Father. Please, when my time, I will honor your respect, but I'm here. Please. We're waiting for, but I have a meeting at 9, Mama. I will calm myself, but I had a meeting at 9 o'clock. So that's what I'm saying. I had talked to the whole council, and I'm late. I will. This is what I don't go through the law ways. So that's why I have all this information here.
Madam Clerk, we're going to approve today's agenda. Have there been any changes to the agenda?
The only change I have is we're replacing the proclamation for Veterans of the Month book tour with the proclamation for Kids Day. And the council members sponsoring it is Capriolio and Brandow. It's the only change I have.
Thank you. Do I have any council members that have changes to today's agenda? Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a motion? Who made the motion? Capriolio, and second by Councilmember Soria. All in favor? Aye. All right, motion carries 7-0. Now the approval of minutes from the February 14th, 2019 meeting. Madam Clerk, have there been any changes to those minutes?
No changes.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second. Move from Councilmember Arias, second from Capriolio. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes. Now we're going to go to ceremonial presentations, and the first one is a proclamation of the Fresno Bee Newspaper Day, and that's from Councilmember Esparza.
All right, good morning, folks. How's everybody doing this morning? Excellent, excellent. Welcome to City Hall. I'm elated this morning to present the Fresno Bee with our city's proclamation and recognition for their honorable work here in the Central Valley. As we almost all know, the Fresno Bee is the primary news source for the Central San Joaquin Valley. They cover a 6-county area and one of the fastest growing regions in California. The Fresno Bee's website is the most visited website in the region. Their mission is to inform and advocate for the enhancement of life in the valley. And at times like this, we must ensure that we promote and protect the freedom of the press, the independence of journalists, and their duty to keep the Central Valley informed on important issues. What really got me pumped up to present this proclamation, I thought of this a few months ago when I read the GQ article that they did about the attack on local news and journalists. And I've noticed over the recent times that you find yourself constantly defending yourself against folks who might not like what you have written. In fact, I think, Joe, you recently wrote an op-ed maybe last week or 2 weeks ago or so, reinforcing that the purpose of the Bee, the mission of the Bee, has always been to find the truth, promote the truth, write the truth. And that has not changed, right? There is no political agenda behind that. And I think we don't always appreciate the folks, who are behind that work and are putting the truth out there. I've been on both sides of the spectrum. There's been some pretty flattering things said about me in the Fresno Bee. There's been some pretty unflattering things said about me in the Fresno Bee. As many politicians, I think, can relate to. But regardless of that, I've taken it on the chin. A lot of us have taken it on the chin and accepted the graceful remarks as well. And we can't villainize those folks who are doing the good work to tell the truth. Because if it weren't for them, we would lack a light of transparency on the issues that impact us here every single day in the Valley. And so, in the name of journalism, in the name of the truth, in the name of transparency, it's my honor to present this proclamation declaring February 28th, that's the day, 2019, Fresno Bee Day. And here to accept...
Well, thank you very much, Nelson. Thank you to the city of Fresno. This certainly isn't something that we asked for. Our job is to, hold a mirror to this community. And, a lot of times, what we see in that mirror is the truth of what's happening in Fresno. And that's what we really try to get to every day at the Fresno Bee. We don't do it to be honored, certainly. It's thankful very much for this. I am certainly not going to say no to the honor. But we do it to tell the truth and to really tell the story of this community. It's something that is extremely important to our community, and it's something that we are going to continue for many years to come. Our business is changing dramatically. It's very much a digital business today. We still produce a print paper, and I'm thankful for the subscribers to print, but we also now offer digital subscriptions and other ways to reach our audience, and that's something that's going to continue into the future and is going to sustain the journalism, which is really the most important part of what we do at the Fresno Bee. Telling the stories of this community and also telling it in a way that is fair and that is civil and allows the community to have a conversation with itself. That's the most important part of what we do. And so I just thank you for this, and it's a great honor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Did you want to say anything? I'm Joe Kita. I'm the editor of the Bee, and this is Tad Weber. He's our editorial page editor.
Let's grab a quick picture. Kind of open it up.
Oh, sure.
If I may, just want to point out that to the Fresno Bee folks, we've always found, at least personally I have and professionally, your reporters to be professional, to have integrity, and always to be very curious in their reporting. So thank you for doing what you do for our valley, and also for the commitment you do to the Vida en el Valle, because our Spanish readers need the news and the truth as much as anybody else. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the proclamation for the record?
Whereas the Fresno Bee has been an integral source of journalism for the people of Fresno over 90 years and essential to the development and success of our community. And whereas we as a community value truth and transparency in journalism, thank these journalists for enlightening our community and providing knowledge and perspective to both local and national news. And whereas it is incumbent upon this community to defend, protect, and uplift its freedom of speech and press, and whereas the people of Fresno look to the Fresno Bee as the purveyor of truth to keep them informed on vital issues in their community and abroad, and whereas Fresno's residents continue to honor commitment and sacrifice of the journalists who fight to bring forth critical issues to our community. Their work continues to support our democracy, and whereas the City of Fresno celebrates journalists, reporters, columnists, editors, and readers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Nelson Esparza, the office of the mayor and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim February 28, 2019 as Fresno Bee Day in the City of Fresno.
Let the record show that it was a bipartisan, unanimous vote.
Our next proclamation is for Kids Day, and it's from Councilman Capriolio and myself. Yeah, I'm just going to stay down.
As Council President approaches, good morning, everyone. This is another exciting proclamation, one I look forward to presenting each and every year I've been on the council. And if you agree with that, Steve? Absolutely. I see you there every day. We see each other every morning at the crack of dawn, Blackstone and Shaw, which is kind of our...
Going to be this year?
Yeah.
We're going to be Blackstone and Shaw.
Yep.
Right there in the middle of everything.
No, not in the middle of the intersection. No.
Oh, not in the middle of the intersection. All right.
So if Adam and Rob could join us, these are instrumental people in this day. It takes a great deal of planning to be as successful as it has been. So, good morning, Rob. Good morning. Good morning, Adam. How you doing? So, Kids Day will be March 5th, right around the corner. We want all of you to join us on that occasion. And I hope each and every one of the people behind me, i.e. my council colleagues, will be there. They usually are selling newspapers, and will hopefully be able to sell out. So, as I said, I've been involved, and you've been involved for a long time. And we love to see the enthusiasm, which all of you will see when you come. The volunteers, they're running all over the place. They're having a great time, and they're doing it for a great cause. So, every dollar counts and makes a huge difference. I got some head shaking here. And that means a win for all the families in really the state of California, not just the Central Valley. And so that will enable you all to continue providing the best services through that hospital. We appreciate that. Although we're sad you left, that was long ago, but I want to pull you back to Fresno, But anyway, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, Steve, you got a couple words?
Yeah, for sure. I see Councilmember Soria. She's been out at Kids Day before. I think we need to see Bredefeld's not even in the room. He's the guy we need to target. But Rob and Adam, it's a great. How many volunteers do you have come out that day to help us?
Well, last year we broke records, and it was just over 8,000 volunteers, which is phenomenal.
What's our record, our goal for this year?
Well, we want to certainly maintain and sustain that 8,000, and I think we're enlisting even more schools this year, so we're anticipating a higher number.
And our
Financial goal?
The financial goal is $625,000 this year.
So that eclipsed our last year's goal. So we're excited about that. Yeah, it's a time-honored tradition. In fact, our partners, the Fresno Bee, that really helped get this off the ground over 32 years ago. So this is a monumental anniversary, and we can't say thank you enough to the city of Fresno for being so supportive and allowing us to be on the streets and keeping it safe. And in terms of volunteers, as we mentioned, it gets the global attention. I mean, this community really steps up. I think the pastor had said something about loving Fresno. I mean, there's a lot of love out here. So thank you.
Just to echo what Rob said, we're tremendously grateful to the Fresno Bee and ABC 30 who've made this possible. For this is the 32nd year. $9.2 million raised over the 31 years before now. And every dollar counts, and we greatly appreciate the community's support to make this all possible.
Well, for great partners like the Fresno Bee, yourselves coming together, and all of your volunteers, that number of volunteers is staggering, really. So it's a great thing. I know you're going to have several council members for sure out there helping do their thing. But I'd like our clerk to read the proclamation this morning.
And with pleasure, here's the proclamation that she's about to read.
Whereas Valley Children's Hospital was first established in 1952 by 5 civic-minded women who saw the need for a dedicated pediatric hospital in Central California. Since then, they have grown from a 42-bed hospital to one of the largest pediatric healthcare networks in the country. Valley Children's Hospital's mission is to provide high-quality, comprehensive healthcare services to children, regardless of their ability to pay, and to continuously improve the health and well-being of children. And whereas Valley Children's Hospital strives to be the best children's hospital in the nation, hosting the annual Kids Day fundraiser, one of the largest fundraising events in all of Central California. Since 1988, Valley Children's Hospital has partnered with ABC 30 and the Fresno Bee to organize Kids Day, a community-wide event. And whereas Kids Day hosts thousands of volunteers from more than 20 communities selling a special Kids Day edition of the Fresno Bee newspaper in exchange for a donation to the Valley Children's Hospital. And whereas every dollar donation matters because it costs over $1 million a day to operate Valley Children's Hospital. Kids Day has helped cover millions of dollars in uncompensated care, enabling the doctors at Valley Children's Hospital to treat kids with life-threatening conditions, but whose families may not have the ability to pay. And whereas we thank those who donate, sponsor, and volunteer, which enables Children's Valley Hospital to continue to save lives for a future generation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 5th to be Valley Children's Hospital Kids Day in the city of Fresno.
If I may, City Council Clerk, I just want to say thank you to Valley Children's. My kids have been patients at your hospital and volunteers for the Kids Day fundraiser, and both have always been great experiences, so keep up the good work.
Our next ceremonial is from my office as well, but we were thrown a little curveball this morning. We were going to recognize one of our seniors who's having her 100th birthday. Her name is Audra Eveline, but she could not make it this morning. And so we're still going to do a real quick proclamation because we believe she's going to be watching on video and we want to honor her. But Tina, that is your or is it your great aunt? Great aunt. Why don't you step up? And it's also Tina from our city attorney's department. It's her great aunt. So we want to recognize Audra really quick. And so even though she's not here, she's got a big party coming up on Sunday. A celebration. And we want to recognize her today anyway. And you'll take the proclamation on our behalf. Is that okay?
Yes.
That'll still work then. So I'll be real quick, but Audra was born in Oklahoma on March 4th, 1919, and the second youngest out of 11 children. And whereas Audra Eveline and her loving husband, Curtis Eveline, moved to San Francisco, California in 1944 in pursuit of a better life. They were married for over 60 years before his passing. Audra had a great fondness for dogs, especially her beloved Cocker Spaniel. And how do you say, is that?
CG.
CG. CG is her dog. Well, we want her to know that we appreciate her love for CG and dogs. And so, therefore, be it resolved in the city of Fresno, recognizing Audra Eveline as an inspiration for reaching the rare milestone of the age of 100 years old and for being an outstanding citizen of the city of Fresno. Therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, February 28th, 2019, to be Audra Eveline Day in the city of Fresno. Let's give her a hand so she can hear our applause. All right. So, Tina, will you take and present that proclamation to her?
Yes.
And our office has it for you, and you'll make sure that she gets it on Sunday.
I definitely will.
All right, thank you.
And it's an honor. Thank you so
All
much.
right,
All
thank you. Thank you, Tina. Our next ceremonial is for, and I don't, is Nicole Linder here? Okay. Nicole, come forward, and your team. Yes. And this is about, well, it's really Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, right? Okay, and so that's a mouthful. So I don't know a lot about teen dating violence, so I'm going to ask you, but we wanted to present you this proclamation. I want you to tell us a little bit about that and what you're doing to expose this issue and talk about it to our public, okay?
Awesome, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Nicole Linder. I'm with the Marjorie Mason Center. I'm joined by Charity Susnick, Lacey Long-Behar, Devin Treese. Two members of our team are out at school sites today, Padervu and Gabby Garza. Sadly, teen dating violence rates are higher than adults. 1 in 3 teenagers will experience some form of dating violence in their teenage years. And I'm no stranger to this group, asking usually for support for those who have been victims or are current survivors of domestic violence. But the reality is we in Fresno County experience 63% higher call rates to law enforcement for domestic violence. So our team so graciously works within the school districts. We're in 17 high schools and 6 middle schools. This month, they've painted their entire campuses orange, doing activities, teaching each other how to have safe relationships, how to recognize red flags when they start to surface from the forefront, so that we see future generations and a whole lot less domestic violence.
Well, that's fantastic, Nicole. So as a result, tell me a story, or as a result of being in the schools, do you see like people that have been in abusive situation come up and begin to talk to you about it and find out more? What happens there?
Absolutely. We see both. We have students who will ask questions about witnessing it growing up in their homes. They will ask questions about things that they're experiencing in their own relationships or for friends. And then sometimes we have people who say, my parent needs help, and where do I get resources for them? I'm going to ask Lacey Long-Behar to explain a little bit more since she leads that program.
Hello, everyone. Like Nicole was saying, we typically have students who, after they hear some of our presentations or our lessons, or even their peers discussing what healthy relationships look like and red flags, many of them have come up to us afterwards or to their peers and asked for support, resources, how to help a friend. That's one of the biggest ones we see. We also talk to them about safety planning that is particular to teens, so how to keep safe online, how to keep safe in school, and how to keep safe at home so they can think ahead and help their friends to be able to always know how to get out of a tough situation and where to look for help. So, yeah.
Most people don't remember that domestic violence is about power and control. So what it looks like in a teen relationship typically involves cell phones, it involves social media, it involves peer network relationships and one person trying to isolate the other person. So we really try to talk to them in their language and then use their peers to present the information so it's coming from somebody who they feel understands what they're going through.
Cool. And what are all these T-shirts for?
So these are our, we're not here promoting the Giants. Orange is the color of Teen Dating Violence Awareness. So we have T-shirts for the mayor and the council members as as an expression of our gratitude for you. Sorry to your Dodger fans, I know. But anyway, so we just wanted to give them to you, and thank you for your support in helping us create awareness all throughout our community.
Well, thank you. I need an extra large. I think there might be a double X up there somewhere, but. Extra medium for me. Oh, okay. We have a proclamation to you. I'm going to highlight a few things. Whereas teen dating violence is defined as physical, sexual, psychological, or emotional aggression in a dating relationship, and is a serious problem escalating throughout California. And whereas teen dating violence awareness through intervention and prevention programs in schools, along with community education and outreach, can help safeguard a positive learning environment from youth ages 12 to 24. And whereas, according to the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, 1 in 3 adolescents report verbal, emotional, physical, or sexual dating abuse every year. And whereas 1 in 10 high school students is purposely physically abused by a dating partner each year, and whereas survivors in high school are at a higher risk for abuse during college, and adolescent perpetrators of dating violence are more likely to abuse their significant other as adults. Therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of February 2019 to be Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month in the city of Fresno. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll give you that proclamation. We'll grab our t-shirts, but let's take a photo first. All right, keep up the good work. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you so much.
Can we leave these t-shirts here for you?
Yeah, I don't want to be the one distributing because they'll all get mad at me. We'll get those to them.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Now we are going to move to council member reports and comments. Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. We had a town hall meeting at Oraz Elementary School, and the residents brought to my attention the illegal dumping and non-working street lights. So I see Scott back there. So Scott, if you could give me a follow-up, please, for 2695 North Fowler Avenue. It's been that way for a couple of years. That's along Princeton and Bliss, and I can give that more information after the meeting. But it was great having the town hall and seeing all the people come out and listening to their concerns about that area of District 4. Also, I attended the Valley Business Luncheon. It's always a great event. And Matty Matoyan, an old fraternity brother of mine, was honored with the Leon S. Peters Award. It's a fantastic event. He has OK Produce, started with a truck, and he's a trendsetter, and his business model has been followed by others. So congratulations to Matty. I was part of the ribbon cutting at Fresno State. So the engineering department took on a challenge to help Poverello House. And with Architecture Darden, the professors at Fresno State, they built a shelter, a prototype for Poverello House. And so we cut the ribbon and presented that to them. And it's a beautiful structure. I hope it gets liftoff and we can use that in continuing to help the homeless situation in Fresno. So Fresno State, congratulations. This past Saturday, there were over 4,000 people at Woodward Park enjoying the Support Blue marathons, and 4,200 plus people out there. Many vendors, many participants, raised some good money for the citizens of Fresno. So congratulations to Rod and his team on the run. It was a lot of fun. Although I think my colleagues, most of us did walking as opposed to running, but we were there supporting. Last Sunday, along with my colleagues, we attended a celebration of life for Officer Pia Vang, 26-year member of the Fresno Police Department. And please keep his family, friends in prayer as a member of the family in blue. Yesterday, I see my colleagues in the front row here, Kevin and Lino and myself went up to Sacramento to advocate in front of the iBank, a lot of very VIP people. And through this team's effort, and I'm pointing to my airport team, we were able to pretty much seal the deal for $35 million coming to Fresno, to our airport, as part of our $115 million renovation. So they did a great job. I was just along for the ride, but it was a great ride. I loved it. Fresno State, if you haven't heard, men's and women's basketball team, another victorious set of games. So we want to support the Bulldogs, and hopefully they can become Mountain West champions. Kind of tough with Utah State, but we're going to get there. Next is Kids Day. We just went through that ceremonial, but again, I want to remind everyone, you got to come out. And if you can sell, great. If not, you got to buy a newspaper. It's $1, but every dollar helps us reach that goal. Thanks to the Northeast Police Department, Homeless Task Force, for their attention to the couple of areas in D4. And we really appreciate their hard work. Two more things, Coffee with Cops. Please join us March 6th at Cedar and Dakota. Coffee and donuts and police officers and members of the community. We're all going to get together and talk and really have a good time. So please come and join us. Last but not least, a shout out to Nomi and all the city attorney staff for all they do for this council. They are really, really true pillars in this building. So thank you, folks. Thank you, President.
You got it. Councilmember Soria.
Excuse me, one more thing. I'm sorry. Could we adjourn in loving memory of Pia Vang?
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple things that I wanted to make note of. So one, I did want to thank our park staff and the administration for working with us on the Quigley Park Master Plan. I do want to thank my colleagues for supporting that. We just kicked off our first community outreach meeting, and we had, I believe, good turnout and good success. There's a lot of excitement in that neighborhood. That park is very old, and as a number of our parks in South Fresno, it needs a lot of TLC. And we're hoping through this process, it's going to be a competitive park to get grant dollars in the near future. So we are excited about that. We are scheduling our next community meeting. It's going to be on a Saturday. We're going to do a barbecue out at Quigley Park. It'll be on April 13th. And once we get closer to the date, I'll remind the community again and try to encourage more folks to attend and give us their input. I also want to give a big thanks to our police department and our fire department. This last weekend, I had my young council member public safety session, and we were able to tour the police headquarters. Thank Officer Campos for the tour, and the dispatchers. We got to go to the dispatchers to get a sense of the hard work that they put in every single day here in the city of Fresno to make sure that we are safe. So I want to thank folks at Station 3 here in the downtown at the fire station, also for opening their doors and showing the students what they do on a daily basis. I also want to announce there's a couple parades coming up, actually Saturday and Sundays. There's a Chinese New Year parade here in downtown. I know my council colleague Miguel Arias and I will be. I'm honored, actually. I'm the Grand Marshal this year for the Chinese New Year parade, which is exciting. And then on Sunday, we also have the Mardi Gras parade out in the Tower District. So I invite folks to come on out. It is a fun time. It's a great community event every year. And then just lastly, on more of a comment related to ISD and kind of technology for our council offices. I know that there's been just some concerns, at least from my office. I know a couple other offices have had, and this is mostly to the city manager. So we've reached out to the ISD department because firewalls that are being imposed by our own policies have really impeded our ability to serve our residents. So over the last 6 to 8 months, we've been pretty frustrated because when we try to search something or are doing policy research, we get blocked off constantly. And even when we're trying to research a government entity's website outside of the city of Fresno, I think even some of the clerks, we couldn't access some information. So I'd ask that the same type of I don't know, I guess latitude that you guys give to some of your directors and people at the top about what things we can access, that you guys provide us that same latitude so that we can remove some of those firewalls. It's just been very, very challenging over the last 6 to 8 months. So I just wanted to make note of that. I think there's a couple other council members that have also talked to ISD and could probably speak to that. But we would really ask that if you guys could work with us to remove those barriers in terms of technology.
Not at all, Councilmember. We will certainly work with your offices to ensure that you can access any website you need to.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is that it, Councilmember? All right. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, want to give a few different updates. This past Friday, had the pleasure of going down to Roosevelt High School and presenting a proclamation to Coach Joel Munoz with the audience of his varsity soccer team. Coach Joel Munoz is retiring after, I think, over 25 years of service to Roosevelt and the community, retiring with several Valley Championships under his belt. And it was a pleasure to be there with his parents. We were able to make it. We were able to pull his varsity team out of class for a few minutes. They loved that. And presented to him in a classroom along with the principal and athletic director. So we did not do that here at the meeting, but we were able to do it there on campus in the spirit of the Rough Riders. I had the pleasure, I had the honor of attending the services for Officer Vang this past weekend. It was great to see vast representation from the city. It's not every day that we lose an officer here in Fresno, and so it was great to see the mayor, my colleagues, the chief, and many of Officer Vang's colleagues in the Fresno Police Department attend, as well as family and friends. So it was an honor to be there and say a few words at those services. I want to give a shout out to the superstar parents of Leavenworth Elementary School. They put together an alley cleanup that was supposed to run 4 hours. I was going to grab lunch and whatnot, but the rain did cut them off that day. But wanted to give them a shout out for the work that they're doing, will continue to do, and really doing the heavy lifting on keeping their neighborhood safe and clean, especially around the elementary school there. Related, the Fresno Police Department's Hispanic Residence Academy, we recently began a new cohort of this program. It's a 13-week program where the Fresno Police Department engages with the Spanish-speaking community, not just in my district, but throughout the city. And really, it's a couple hours for 13 weeks straight, and really just, equipping them to engage with the police department, showing them the tips and tricks on how to keep their neighborhood safe and just be civically oriented and engaged, so that they can continue to play a larger role in this community. And so I was honored to have the opportunity to speak at the first of 13 sessions, and this one is being held at Kings Canyon Middle School. So thank you to the Fresno Police Department for inviting me out for that evening, and to the principal at Kings Canyon for hosting us and hosting that program. Last night, or 2 nights ago, we had the inaugural Hmong leadership cohort meet here at City Hall on the second floor. And it was great to see a diverse range of folks in the Hmong community come together with some of the leaders in the Hmong community to tour City Hall, really amplify their civic engagement skills, and again was honored to have the opportunity to come up and meet them. They are a cohort of about 10 to 15 folks from all different spectrums of the age range. So really excited to be part of that first inaugural meeting, and looking forward to seeing the direction that the Hmong leadership cohort is going to go. On a little bit less of a serious note, I stopped by this place in my district. It's the New Hype here in Fresno, and if you haven't tried it, I suggest you make a trip down to a place called Mega Texas Barbecue. This is located inside of the Arco gas station down at Fresno and McKinley. I've been meaning to try it for a while now, and I went 2 hours into the shift, and all they had left was pork belly, and I really want to try a tip. So I'm going to be making my way back. I invite my colleagues to come on down with me. The barbecue's on me. I don't think I have any vegetarians on the dais. So.
What day is that? I want to put it on my calendar. I'm in.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you take me up on that. So I'm going to be heading back there, but get there early. I think they open at 11 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But Mega Texas Barbecue, a new place in my district, and I think they've shown to be really popular and have tasty food, and I think they're going to be around, for a while. Councilman Caprioli, I'm glad you spoke up. You forgot to talk about our bro date to the City Bulldog Wrestling in your district. So that's not in my district, but from time to time I venture a little bit more east over into District 4, and was happy to see the Bulldogs put up a competitive fight against Oklahoma. It was our last home meet, and I'm really looking forward to Bulldog Wrestling returning this coming season. So good luck to them as they proceed. And last, but not least, actually the most important announcement I had today is I am having my first District 7 Town Hall meeting. That will be this coming Monday, March 4th, at Manchester Gate Elementary School. So we'll be doing it in the evening at about 6 p.m. And I invite all District 7 residents to attend and get an update here from your council member. And, I'm going to receive updates from my constituents as well to keep a pulse on what's going on. I did commit to doing 3 town halls minimum per year, and starting here up at Manchester Gate, and I'm going to work my way more into the center part of the district and the southeast part of the district to make sure that I continue to be present where the residents are, and not just here at City Hall. So we'll be all over the district. This is just the first of many town halls to come here in my tenure. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Esparza. Councilman Bredefeld.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, speaking of district meetings, we just had one on Tuesday, and a great turnout as we typically do. I wanted to thank city staff who show up. I mean, our city staff work all day long and work hard for the people, and then they come to our district meetings late in the evening, and so I want to recognize them for doing that. From Northeast Police Department, we have Captain Mindy Casto, Lieutenant Ron Hughes, Detective Danny Kim, and Sergeant Craig Atkinson, who are always phenomenal folks. We love our police, and they do a phenomenal job for us. Also, Sergeant Troy Miller with the Homeless Task Force was there. And as you might imagine, they have lots of questions about public safety and homelessness. Scott Mosier from Public Works and Jim Schad, the Assistant City Manager, again, greatly appreciate you being there and answering all the questions that people have. And people have lots of questions, and that's why we're there. And then finally, I again, just want to let people know and thank the council for committing the dollars for the private security firm that has just started going into the 2 regional parks from 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning, 7 days a week, patrolling Woodward Park and Roding Park. and when time allots going into some of the other neighborhood parks. This frees up the police to be in the neighborhoods as opposed to being in those parks, and ensuring there's not criminal activity or homeless encampments being set up. The council committed those dollars. That's going on 7 days a week, and I know the police are appreciative of our efforts, and I know the people are. So I wanted to thank the council for that. Thank you.
All right. The screen is clear, so I'm just going to say a few words. I'm actually going to glom on to a few comments Councilman Esparza talked about the Hmong cohort, which came through City Hall. I was privileged to give them a little tour of floor to floor, what happens on each floor. It was great. It's something that they want to do to bring familiarity of government with their community. I think it's a fantastic idea. Councilman Esparza and I both were pleased to do that. But I want to thank Wilma and her staff for bringing many of our department heads together to explain to this group of folks, what happens here at City Hall in your department. And then I did want to mention that tomorrow I'm going to be taking part in a Reading Across America program. That's a program that brings community leaders to read to school kids. Last year I had the flu, so they didn't want me near the kids. But 2 years ago I read The Cat in the Hat to a group of kindergartners, and it was awesome. So this year we were able to donate books at Fig Garden Elementary, and I'm going to be reading at Faulkner Elementary. So that's a fantastic thing. Along with all of my colleagues, I'm just going to reiterate that we truly honor the Vang family, the passing of their son, father, family member, uncle. It was a great loss to that family and that community. And Officer Vang served as an example, not just to the Hmong community, but to all of the citizens of the city of Fresno. And so we are certainly going to close today's meeting in his honor. Thank you. Next, we are going to move to the consent calendar. Do I have any council members who would like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilman Bredefeld.
1A, please.
1A?
Yes.
1A. Councilmember Soria.
I'd like to pull item 1B and 1I, please.
Councilmember Arias.
1E.
Okay. And I would like to pull item 1M.
Motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
I've got a motion from Councilman Capriolio, a second from Councilman Chavez. I'd like to go out to the public and see, are there any members of the public that would like to address any of the items on the consent calendar that are not being pulled, the stuff that we're going to vote on immediately?
Council President, can we just get the clerk to remind us what was pulled?
Yes, I'll do that right now. We pulled item 1A, 1B, 1I, 1E, and 1M. Okay, I don't see any folks that want to comment, so I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Right, that motion passes 7-0. Now,
Council President, I just want to, as my airport team walks away, I want to say again, thank you for all you do, and for yesterday. It was a pleasure to work with you on our success in Sacramento. Thank you, guys.
thank you. All right, we're going to start with the item that was pulled, 1A. Councilman Bredefeld, you pulled that item.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Scott Moser, Public Works Department.
Yeah, so this is basically, is this setting in policy, a policy for when we have a contract or someone has a contract with us to do street repair that they follow through, and if they don't meet their timeline, they have a penalty of $1,000 a day? Is that basically what this is about?
Just to clarify, this policy actually deals with situations where the city does not have a contract with someone, but rather there's an agency or a developer pulling a permit with the city wherein we do not have immediate direct control over the contractor. With respect to city projects that are awarded by the council, those already include liquidated damages procedures and assessments on the project. So when the contractor's on time, they get paid in full, but when they're late on a project and it's not due to a weather delay, unforeseen condition, then the liquidated damages are assessed, and that's been the case for decades with the city.
So, for example, the project that was on Shepherd in Fort Washington, that would address this, correct? That got delayed, and I don't know how many weeks, if not months, that got delayed, and we didn't have any controls over that. Is this kind of addresses that?
That is correct. The project at Friant Shepherd, and the committed date, what we allowed for the developer and the contractor was 5 months, and in fact it took about 10 to complete.
Okay, so the question I have is would be $1,000 per day?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that never happens again. I mean, you feel comfortable that that's going to do the job in terms of not letting something like that where it goes 5 months and it was nothing but traffic backed up from Shepherd all the way from Friant, practically to Perrin. And we had no ability to do anything other than to raise issues about it. Is $1,000 enough to ensure that that doesn't happen and inconvenience people like happened there?
Staff does feel that would be sufficient. That's something that could always be revisited if an increase would be appropriate. We have used this on many projects over the last dozen years. And one thing we called out in the report was that we have not, and I recognize we have not utilized that consistently. Friant Shepherd is a great example of when that was not part of the permit condition. But conversely, there's other work, for example, in District 6, a great example would be when work was done on Shepherd Avenue between Willow and Chestnut for a multifamily development that required a full closure. Developer very successfully completed that in time. Our goal is not to make any money, but to refund that in full. Many projects have gone that route. We also noted we did present that to the Building Industry Association and development community stakeholders. They sent it out to all members and came back with no comments. So that's a very fair policy.
Okay, good. All right, I'll make the motion to approve.
We have a motion by Councilman Bredefeld and a second by Councilman Chavez. Any members of the public like to address this item? All right, I don't see any. So all in favor?
I have questions.
Excuse me.
I have several questions. Can you explain to me the what, the why, and the how of this policy? This is a pretty significant policy that's citywide. So what is it exactly that we're going to require as a result of this policy? Why are we doing it? If it can be concrete, and then how is it going to be executed?
Absolutely, glad to share. So what the policy is, let me provide just a little bit of background. In the Fresno Municipal Code, there's already broad authority provided to Director of Public Works to issue permits for construction and to determine what conditions are necessary for that, for things like safety, work hours. For example, we don't say, sure, you can do a full closure of Blackstone Avenue or Shaw Avenue midday. We'll limit work hours to set traffic control requirements for safety and convenience. So that's already in place. Also, within the city's standard specification, there already is the $1,000 a day provision in there. What this policy does, aside from the dollar amount, some things that are required is a detailed work schedule going into it, that whoever's pulling the permit has a pre-construction meeting with the city, and also that they verify that all work's been coordinated. For example, PG&E work in advance. I'll give the council an example of when that has not been done. One recently with Tudor Perini, Zachary Parsons, Tuolumne Street Bridge started work January 2016. It was promised that that would be done and reopened within 10 months. And it was not the major source of the delay on that work was a PG&E issue wherein they had not confirmed that that was the case, that that would be done. We've had that as well with developers when that did not occur. We had a closure on Temperance Avenue from Clinton south to the Shields there. I'm sorry, no, the other direction. Clinton south toward McKinley. And again, they had not secured their PG&E approval. So what does that do? Without any financial consequence, that piece of the policy says you need to have everything all lined up to go. It's not that difficult to close a road. That can be done within a week's time. So make sure everything is all in place such that now the work can proceed and whatever time frame we agree upon for the work, that it can indeed be done with that term. It also does add the financial liquidated damages provision. And staff recommended that we felt we wanted to bring this before the council just for consistency across the board, both making the council aware, obtaining concurrence, and just having a very level, fair policy.
So let me ask you on the high-speed rail project. Aren't they required? I know they pay us millions of dollars every year to plan check and confirm that their plans are good to go so they can begin construction. So isn't us requiring or asking them for a pre-construction meeting, a detailed plan, isn't that already part of the administrative process for any contractor?
Yes, it would be. In the case of, for example, the Chinatown crossings, the city was asked to approve those road closures without those things being in place. It was anticipated they would be forthcoming in the next couple months, and then that never came. So in the case of, say, the Tulare Street crossing, that's been closed now for 15 months, still with no railroad approvals. And once the approvals are obtained, there's 2 years of construction to go.
So my assumption is that at some point, staff recommended to this council to give the green light for the permits and the road closures with the assumption that these other approvals would be forthcoming. I mean, do we really need a policy? This sounds to me like it's internal administrative regulations, internal planning process. Do we really need a policy to expect that city staff is working with outside contractors prior to you guys coming to us for the green light to close a road?
The question being, is it necessary? I think with the development community, there is administrative authority. Certainly, I think it's good practice if that's then council adopts it and there's consistency there. However, with development, there is administrative authority to carry that out. Again, the development community had no issues. Questions would come up as to how we as a city want to apply that to utility companies who pull permits and need extensive closures. At times they have experienced delays, or with other agency projects, whether that be, let's say, someone like the Flood Control District, County of Fresno, a state project such as high-speed rail, and how we apply those policies.
So walk me through that. This policy applies to everyone. Is there any agency exempt from this policy as proposed?
There would be no one exempt from this policy as proposed.
Even the railroad companies?
Even the railroad companies, certainly with any agency. The railroad is a little bit different. I know we've worked extensively with City Attorney's Office as far as state agencies and projects. There's no exemption. Our legal team is found in state code. With the railroad, that's a great question and something that we would have to work through. The railroad has a lot of protections
authority
at the federal level that others don't enjoy.
So here's my challenge for me personally. When I look at policies, I'm looking at policies that would permanently fix something structurally going forward, and something that really does require the city council's intervention. In this case, this seems to me like this can all be done through the administrative process, through internal planning, internal regulations. I think all this you can achieve with the authority that the city manager currently has in approving road closures. I don't think we need to go and apply a policy or create a policy that applies to every single jurisdiction without understanding the unintended consequences. Because I suspect that in 6 months, a housing developer, high-speed rail, Caltrans is going to come forward and say, your road closure policy is impeding our construction project. Neighborhoods are going to come and complain about road closures, and it's going to all default to this policy that, in my view, hasn't fully been fleshed out yet. So I'm hesitant to approve a policy of this magnitude simply because we had 1 or 2 projects that went beyond what staff anticipated will require a road closure for. So I'm going to withhold judgment, and I can't support the policy this morning.
Councilmember Soria.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple comments. I get the concerns that exist, I think, on both ends in terms of the example that was brought forth by Councilmember Bredefeld and other areas of the city, just like the Tulare and the Tuolumne. But I think what happened is the accountability on our side and the fact that from what you've explained, I think not only today, but even previously, we should have checked that they had the permit from the railroad. Had we've done that and we've expected them to verify internally, we wouldn't be in the situation we are today. So that's why I understand also why Councilmember Arias is concerned. So on one end, we, had some challenges with being consistent. And so if we have a process that works and knows that, and we know that requiring X, Y, and Z prior to offering these road closure permits, then we should be doing that, regardless of what we have in front of us today. One of the things that for me, because I know one of the issues that you guys have pointed out is the high-speed rail project and the impacts that it has had in terms of the closure. And so I do want to be sensitive to the project, because this project is massive, is unlike any other project in the city. But I want to be sensitive too because of the $1 million of investments that are coming to the city as a result of the project.
I'm going to jump in here for a second. I think this was also in response to council's concerns with us over the past about businesses in those areas too. So even though you're being mindful of high-speed rail and the $1 million worth of investment, we've heard many things from your office in particular about the Clinton closure and the businesses that were impacted in your district, high-speed rail, Chinatown neighborhood, et cetera. And then Scott, let me ask a question. Do you think this adds another level of deterrent?
Does it add another level of deterrent?
Right, for our contractors and what have you.
I think it adds a level of accountability, and if we want to provide a reasonable time frame. We're not saying get it done in 6 months or else we'll assess damages if it's really a 9-month duration or a 2-year duration. If it's 2 years, then that's what should be.
So City Manager, it seems that we're willing to add another layer of accountability for the contractors, but what about the additional layer of accountability for staff? I mean, staff approved these road closures. Staff gave them the green light. So is the city management proposing a new layer of accountability for staff?
Well, this was something that we brought forward in response to your offices as well, right? So we do that, and now you're asking about what we're going to do with staff. To me, this helps keep the contractors accountable, and of course, staff is being accountable.
I guess my question is, how will staff be accountable in particular to this policy?
Scott, since this is in your shop, do you want to answer that, please?
Council, with respect to accountability, I mean, that's very similar to staff needs to review plans for safety, for is a street thick enough, is all the engineering aspects. And if we have a staff member who's not doing that, or management that's not doing that, then we need to hold them accountable for that. With this situation, staff, new full well staff did ask the question about those permits. The staff actually attempted to hold up the closures in Chinatown related to high-speed rail. We were asked to allow those without that and trust that they would be forthcoming, because if we did not, then there would be delay claims coming from the contractor against the High-Speed Rail Authority.
So Scott, our legal counsel, without this policy, just as we currently stand, what is our authority to hold the contractor accountable for a delay in the construction timeline?
We have authority today with the permit to impose that as we stand today, even without the policy.
Okay, so explain to me what impose means. What does that mean?
In essence, with what we've done with the development community for the majority of the time over the past dozen years is that we have a road closure agreement with them as part of the permit. They deposit the dollars, very consistent with this policy. And then if they are late and there's not a reason for that, weather, unforeseen conditions, then those dollars are deducted from the deposit.
So a mechanism currently exists. We have the authority to pull down those dollars if there's no legitimate reason for the delay in the closure. I just want to make sure that the council understands that we already have an existing mechanism. This just puts it in the form of a policy and includes an additional fine.
We do have that. I would add that with respect to, let's say, state agencies, utility companies, a question could be raised as to whether is that a formal city policy or is that an administrative practice, and would it stand up and is it enforceable? Certainly, if the council chooses to adopt this today, that would add weight in those situations.
I guess I'm curious if there are any of my other colleagues that want to chime in on the issue. I understand. I think both of the sides, and I appreciate the city manager raising the issue. Yeah, I've always asked in terms of the impacts of the business community, and there has to be a balance on kind of the issue. I'm not opposed to having, codifying a process. But I think once we get into the penalties, I do have a little bit of a challenge there. I think if we have an existing mechanism, let's use our existing mechanism and then codify the other things so that it is clear to the staff that there should be following a certain process.
All right. Councilman Bredefeld.
Yeah, so on the example that I talked about with Shepherd and Fort Washington, there was no mechanism at that point to penalize them for going month after month after month. Is that accurate or not?
That is accurate.
Okay, so this would impose that. So when they, came up to their deadline, who would have been penalized? If it was PG&E that was holding them up, or is the developer? I mean, is it the developer that gets penalized, or PG&E?
It would be the developer if it had been their job to coordinate with PG&E, and if they had not done so. However, if the developer does everything right, the applicant, they do everything correct, and it's unforeseen, for example, a Paradise Fire situation, and all the PG&E crews go away. That's really beyond the developer's control, and they'd receive additional time to do the work.
Okay.
We want to be very fair.
Okay, but in this case that we're talking about where they were delayed 5 months, we had nothing in place, nothing codified, no policy that held anybody accountable, so there was no motivation to get this done.
Correct.
We'll change that.
And in this situation, that particular case, that was not made a requirement of occupancy of the new buildings, the new development. So that's the other typical trigger. If something's required before occupancy, they're also held up and they're held accountable.
Okay, so there are instances, as the councilman alluded to, where there are things in place, but this sets a formal policy that there will be a penalty if people don't meet their timelines.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Chavez.
Yeah, Scott, as we're kind of talking through this, so I think one of the biggest complaints we get in our offices is when they shut down a street or narrow it, and there's cones there, and then there's no work being performed, right? That's the frustration with commuters, especially in the morning. So having that in mind, so let's do an example on Fowler and 180, the work that's being done there. So, you know, the contractor has a specific time period where they have to get the work completed. What does this do for that specific project if they go over a day? Is it just $1,000 per day that they go over from the time they submitted that their work plan was going to take? Is that?
That is correct. And also, I didn't cover this, but you mentioned the concern about the roads closed or the cones are out and no one's working. The policy does note due diligence, that once that's in effect, once they have it closed, that they need to pursue the work. They need to be diligent toward completion.
And then, so in that situation, what would happen to the $1,000 per day fines that we would accrue? Where would that go to?
Currently, that would be a general fund revenue, and there's no spending plan immediately associated with that. So that would ultimately come through the budget process if we did have some significant amount that came through as general fund revenue.
So, and then last question with regards, and I appreciate the points that my colleagues are making. So with the situation we had with high-speed rail in Chinatown being cut off on certain streets, I mean, my district feeds right into that area on Ventura. So how would this policy have helped in that specific project area?
Some of the biggest ways the policy would have helped is just that we're very clear then as a city that that the permits all need to be in place, including PG&E being on board, schedule that they're ready to go with the railroad, that those permits were in place and approvals. If all that had occurred, those projects would be well along on their way. I don't have any doubt that they'd be in good shape at this point. However, the existing crossings, the streets, they've been ripped out, and now at this point to just even reopen them. Tulare, for example, is estimated at several $100,000 just to reopen that street. So this policy would have helped greatly in that situation.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Right, screen is clear. I'm going to just say that I was one of the ones that flagged in council comments over about a month ago maybe, because I'm hearing a lot, even from friends that I have in the Chinatown area, businesses there, that are really feeling the impact. And when they find out that the street's been closed for a year and nothing's been done, not on the city's behalf, on the contractor's behalf, that is about the most extremely frustrating news that a person can have when their livelihood is connected to that. And it really goes down to smaller situations like Councilman Chavez talked about, when people don't mind a street being closed if they can see the work getting done. But the minute they see the cones out there and lanes shut down and they don't see any bodies out there getting stuff done, it's pretty problematic. I would say that, Wilma, I actually thank you for creating a policy. I'm glad that it has some teeth to it. That's many times the only thing that contractors respond to. So I'm supportive of the fine structure. I would like to add that I think going forward, this will be helpful, but I do also understand Councilmember Arias's frustration. I would like to just say on the record that we need our department heads across the city, across the departments, to be looking at these things that impact their departments, and they need to be getting these fixes in much earlier than waiting for city council members to hear about the problems out in the community, and then all we become is like emergency responders. And there's nothing wrong with that. We need emergency responders, so we'll continue doing that. But these problems, and I really think it's all departments need to really, they interact with these contractors on a daily basis. They know when something's not happening on Tulare. They need to feel a sense of responsibility for serving our community. So I'm not talking about just Public Works, Scott, and this department at this time. I'm talking about citywide, all departments. We have great people in all these departments that are very intelligent, and they see the things we see. But I would be encouraging to those department heads to take all of these types of things seriously, because these are the types of things that really alienate government from the population. So that's my comment. I'm willing to support it. I would like to ask the motion maker and the second to add a friendly amendment. When we get to these massive projects, and I don't really know what they all are, but when we're going to close a road for 3 months or more, I would like whoever's district that is in to have a meeting with the contractor, with the administration, so at least one council member who's in that neighborhood is going to be fully informed of the timelines and everything, so that on these big projects, we'll know going forward what the timeframes are, and we could keep the rest of our colleagues informed. I know that Councilmember Soria and I are very worried about the closing of Shaw Avenue coming in the future. So would you be open to adding that? All right. Then we have a motion.
Council President, if I may make a
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you. I do recall when we initiated this with council comments. For me, I think it was the Fowler and Olive area, and we all kind of chimed in as a common problem. So I'm really happy that we brought this forward or to the attention of everyone. And I appreciate your comments toward directorship here in the city. And I really appreciate Scott and Wilma's efforts to come to a resolution. So it was a long, windy road, but I think we got to the end of it, and this is going to be a great improvement to our citizens, the businesses. I think the contractors need to understand this as well, and I'm sure they'll implement that with their projects. So I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Councilman Bradfeld.
Yeah, and I too feel the same way, and appreciate Wilma and Scott. This policy I think is going to help. I'm just wondering though, as I've heard the high-speed rail issue, why don't we have representatives from high-speed rail come and talk to us about these closures and what's proposed for Shaw, how long it's going to take, Tulare, all the disadvantages that people have been had to deal with as a result of these closures, and nothing's happening. I mean, I think they ought to come and inform this council, which is informing the city. Can we do that, City?
We do have a standing meeting, an executive meeting with High Speed Rail. What is it, Scott? Monthly, and I know you're going to be starting to meet with them every other week soon. We're happy to ask High Speed Rail to come and give a workshop to
I think
council.
they should.
But let's be clear, those meetings are between staff and staff, not the council members, and which I think it's the appropriate place. You're asking us now to insert ourselves in a policy into staff work. I personally do not think you can find your way to better staff planning and staff accountability, and that's what we're doing today. We are essentially saying it's not happening at the staff level, the communication isn't taking place, the planning isn't taking place, it's not being executed well, therefore we're going to pass a policy to impose a fine on contractors.
Well,
Before we do
I
that,
also think that
but excuse me, I have the floor. Before we do that, I think it's appropriate for us at least to know how many folks we anticipate we would be finding. Like, how big is this problem? Is it 2 contractors a year? 1 road closure a year? Is it 100? The scope of the problem matters if we're going to pass a citywide policy.
All right. We have a motion that includes any project so large that they plan to close down a street for 3 months, whichever council district that project in, the contractor, the administration, and the council member are going to meet and discuss timelines for that project. Is that correct? You took that. Hold on. Okay. Councilman Chavez.
How time sensitive is this, Scott?
It's not immediately time sensitive for today. Certainly, staff would appreciate the direction and adoption in order to be consistent.
Because there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions. I'm okay tabling it and giving it another week and having another.
I don't understand why we're tabling it, because we've talked. I mean, this is something we've brought forward because council has requested that in the past. I think a lot of the burden lies upon contractors being accountable, not staff being accountable. I think we're doing, and this is going to help us.
I understand, but, and I think, I'm listening to the conversation. I think for me, I'd want to know, especially projects that are going to be coming up with a lot of the SB1 dollars that we're having. I want to make sure that we understand the scope of how often this is going to be happening, because I know we're going to get the calls. I'm okay with tabling it if my colleagues are. I'm okay with, having an additional conversation with it. And I think by the time it comes back next week, I don't foresee anybody pulling it where we have vetted all these questions and answered all the unknowns. And
What do you
have that
actually
before
hope
fun.
to happen in a week, council member?
A little more detailed discussion, and quite honestly, we could
You
sit
want-
here
you
and
want-
do
you
it,
want- you
but
want a
we've
meeting
got
with
people
Public
here that are
Works?
waiting to hear other items, so.
And you want a meeting with Public Works? I mean, is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else want a meeting with Public Works? We can reach
We
out.
all love
Okay. I'm just wondering, I mean, what you want to have happen in 1 week so that this isn't
So,
pulled next
what
week.
personally, what I'd like to know
Okay.
is what are the implications to the SB1 dollars, right? How many construction projects do we anticipate closing the roads for under SB1 dollars? What are the impacts to high-speed rail, if any? I mean, we all have, you guys know what projects are in our districts and which ones are going to have the roads closed. I'd like to know what those are before we pass a policy that's going to potentially further delay those road closures.
We will have Public Works reach out to each of your offices to schedule meetings between now and next meeting. Fair enough? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Councilman Chavez, you suggested we wait. I'm ready to vote today, but let me take the pulse of our council. Okay, we're going to table this item to next week. I need all of you council members that need more information to make sure you get your meeting done. And I'm going to move on to, I'm going to postpone the rest of the consent calendar till later because I want to keep, we have community members here for timed items. So I'm going to work through those relatively rapidly. The 10 a.m. number 1 item, that's a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno's Community Facilities District number 11.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second.
This is a public hearing.
It's a public hearing.
Open up the public hearing. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, yeah.
This one's not getting tabled.
Well, no, it's not getting tabled, but we have a motion and a second. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this hearing to adopt these ordinance of annexing territory? I don't see any. So without the public weighing in, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. That motion passes unanimously.
We always credit Andy with the quickest presentation,
We
so
love
I don't
him.
think anybody will ever beat that.
He needs
So,
to run for council
congrats
so we
again.
can get some of that up here. All right, the 10 a.m. item number 2, hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno Community Facilities District number 9. Andy, looks like they're going to let you say more this time. You've got a motion to approve and a second. These are pretty mundane issues unless you're very involved. If any member of the public would like to comment on this item, please come forward.
Thank you, Council President. I'm named Drew Phelps, representing the applicant, Granville Homes. Just wanted to make it clear, the project is a 162-unit project. We've been working on it for about 4 years. It's located at the northeast corner of Millbrook and Nees. It's compliant with the current general plan zoning for multifamily. CFD will be to maintain half of the median island on Nees and then the curb and gutter around the entire property. And we have no opposition to the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Any other members of the public like to address this? Then we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0-1 with Councilman Chavez absent. And now the 10:30 a.m. item, which is the Asian Business Institute and Resource Center, ABERC, presentation on SGMA, that's the Groundwater Maintenance Act, impacts on small farmers. This is sponsored by my council office because I've been really made aware over the last couple of years of the imposing impacts of SGMA is going to have on Southeast Asian farmers in our community. And they're very nervous about the regulations that are coming. And in many ways, There's things that are created to help the big fish, but for our local farmers that are not necessarily the big farming conglomerates, they're very worried about the impact of SGMA. So we are going to have a presentation today. Former Council Member Blanc Jean.
Blanc, I just want to say welcome, Tilao.
Council President, can we lower the podium for the council member? I know he's struggling too.
That's why I got glasses on now. I'm at that age. Again, thank you, Council President, for this opportunity, and council members. It's great to be back at the chamber. First of all, I really want to thank Council President and the City of Fresno for writing a letter of support for us to get this grant. I also want to thank our local nonprofits that work with us. Our group that was here is Lao Veterans of America. Peter Vang is the Executive Director. We also have several members of the Hmong leadership cohort that came to kind of see how city work, but also see some of the advocacy issue that goes on. As you know, 2014, the governor signed the bill, but this issue we've talked about even before then. And we're in a long process, a lot of policy discussion. You have the SGMA board. Why it's important we're here is because the city of Fresno has a representation that sits on the board. And so a lot of our farmers, these are some simple demographics. Many of our Southeast Asian small farmers, we estimate about 2,000 plus here, live in the city but farm out in the county. About 90% of them lease the land. So the majority of the communication obviously goes to the landowners and not necessarily to the community. So that in itself creates a big challenge, but then also the language and the cultural barriers, it goes across the board. And with over 2,000 small farmers that's going to be impacted by this decision, obviously many of you know that water is such a complex issue. Extremely complex. I mean, even with the work that we do, I'm no expert in terms of the flow meters, the technical side, how deep and how well, and all the quality issue. But we work on the issue for these small farmers, making sure that there's a component when the law was passed that talks about community engagement, so that we hear the voices of the community. That has really been the key challenge for this group. You're not a landowner, so the major communication goes directly there. The tools of communications are limited to mainstream. And then you also add on the language issue. Then you compound that in terms of engagement. And many of these farmers are not aware. As you know, 2020, it's supposed to be our first indication or at least implementation of the plan. In the 6 community workshops that we've done, we've talked to over 300 folks directly. We've done the Hmong Network TV. We reached out to about 100 direct farmers, but many of our communities are part of that. Over 90% have no idea that this is coming, have no idea what SGMA is about, and is really concerned. It is estimated there'll be 1 million acres here in the region that is going to be fallowed. We believe that out of that 1 million acres, a lot of these are going to impact the small Southeast Asian farmers. So to not have a voice and not be engaged, to at least hear what are the issues for these small farmers, it impacts policy decisions. And so we want to encourage, that because the City Council represents many of its residents, but we also have a big voice on the SGMA board to ask some of these questions. What does it look like? What does that mean? What are some of the mitigation issues that we can look to help with these small farmers? And remember, these are just Southeast Asian farmers. We also have a large contingency of Hispanic small farmers as well that's going to be impacted. Issues are different for each group. So I'm here to update as part of our grant that we receive through the Department of Water Resources to know that the work is there, but to also update our governing bodies and policymakers that there are some challenges in terms of outreaching, in terms of getting to the folks, and what are the real dollars that are set to really work with the group. And the biggest thing, and I've heard in talking from the policy side, is even those that are working on the policy are not even sure what the policy looks like. And so to outreach and educate the community is a challenge. But as I've said to them, that's really not a real good answer. When you're ready, when you feel comfortable, and you think you know the policy, you know the rules, when is that going to impact our community? Because by that time, we're already in 2020. Implementation is already happening. And I'll end it with this. I'll give you an example. We do have a small farmer that's out of the North Kings GSA that's in the east over there in Reedley. Each region or each GSA works differently, right? So they create their own policy. that particular farmer who's Southeast Asian has already been charged for a water bill that they have no idea that is different from what they're already currently paying. So without an advocacy voice, without an agency, without the policy body asking how are these coordinated and how are communities engaged, many of these small farmers does not have the capacity, the political capital, and the advocacy voice to change policy. So I'll keep my presentation short and open to question, but the request is that for this body that sits on the Sigma board, continue to work and ask for questions because you have a large constituency that lives in the city and farm out in the county. And what all that map just shows you is only a good portion of where those small farmers are at. And as you can see, it is in the North Kings GSA. Thank you very much.
Long, I have a question for you. And you and I have talked, but I want to just ask. So as representatives for this constituency across our city, what could we better do to serve? What needs to happen to really help the Southeast Asian farmers?
Well, I think first is be engaged and find out what really the policy is going to do. The outreach mechanism out there, what are the real dollars to do that? And how impactful are we in those outreach tools, right? And then look at mitigation factors. How are we, if the new policy comes up, you know, what does that mean to these farmers? If they have to add $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, you know, for some of us, we're like, oh, that's really small change, doesn't impact us really. But to many of these small farmers, it does. So what are some tools? What are microloans? What are grants out there? But to also really be the voice for this constituency, to know that you have this type of constituency in your backyard, represented, that also voted for many of you, but are concerned because, as you know, small farmers are like small business. They are the economic backbone for the community. You're looking at over 2,000 farms, but as you know, our large families, that's about 5 to 7. You multiply that, and that's a huge population that's impacted, not only in terms of the economics of it, but also what it does for families.
Well, if you locate any grants that help in, you know, either education or application, let us know, and I believe you'd have some support with letters of recommendation and letters of support from council.
Already punched.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you. Long, it's great to see you. When we sat up here together and you kind of showed me the ropes, I really appreciate that. I'm really happy that you continue to be a great voice of the community, especially the Hmong community. So great job and good to see you. And I'm happy you're here because you're asking really for a proactive approach and not reactive. And so often the problems that come to us, we're in a reactive mode. But with you and your leadership, you've given us an option to be proactive. And I would be totally supportive of that and would join in my council president if I can assist you and the farmers any way possible. Please let me know. And good job. And it's great that you're here first and not last.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza.
Long, thank you for being here. Good to see you again. You know, you mentioned that 90% of these folks, they lease the land. And you kind of went over some of this, but can you specify, go through the list of what are the barriers and limitations, them being the leasees? And if the other 10% are owners, are they facing the same, is there a difference? Are they facing the same kind of barriers because of the language barrier, or do they have advantages that they are taking advantage of as landowners?
I think they face similar challenges. Remember, even if they are owners of the land, they're not necessarily the big property owners, right? So their voice and the limitations there, the language and the culture is still there. And the example that I gave was that we have an owner that lives in Reedley. And so in terms of outreach, in terms of notice, in terms of communication, that particular owner was not aware until the bill was received. And so for that owner, there was not an avenue who to turn to or who to go to ask what happened. And our funding, although we want to say that we try to work for all the farmers, it's pretty targeted in terms of working with the North Kings GSA. And so in that sense, it's still a challenge in terms of communication. But when you're talking about a leasee, they're not necessarily on the property. So you're only committed to outreach to the property owners, right? So they'll get the notice, they'll get the written letter, and they'll get that. But if you're a leasee, you're at the mercy in terms of the communication. If you have a great relationship with the owner, then they'll engage you. Because remember, anything that is passed on to the owner, whether it's the new regulation, whether it's the bill, whether it's the cost of adding protection, as you know, it's going to go to those that lease the land. And if that's the case, then you're already seeing it, that a lot of these small farmers are going to be unable to move forward, not only with the water issue, but because of the cost.
When it comes to the actual property owners who are leasing the lands, are we talking about a bunch of small property owners, or are we talking about a few
It's a
property owners
combination.
that make up the majority?
You know, and that's a good detailed question, and I can only give in generality. At this particular point, it's a combination. You'll lease land from those that have, where acreages can be farmed by 10, 15, 20 farmers in that acreage, or it could be a smaller group where the owner could have a small acreage, but they lease it out. But then you also have larger owners that lease out to maybe 10, 15 families in their spot.
All right. Good. Councilmember Soria.
Good morning. I just have a quick question, and I may have missed it because I had to walk out. But majority of the farms are located exactly where? Or are they just kind of all over?
Well, with that map, the majority is within the North Kings GSA area.
But within like the city of Fresno?
No, within the county of Fresno.
Okay.
Within the county of Fresno. For the Southeast Asian farmers, you'll see they live in the city, but they farm out in the county.
Okay.
And so that's why you'll have a dual representation, not only because they farm out in the county, and we have to go do the same presentation in the county, because they also have a voice and a board member that's on Sigma as well.
Okay, and then just another question. So I asked my colleague, the council president, to allow us to hear item 1I because I think it kind of ties into the issue. So we do these agreements with, for example, this particular farmer, and I'll ask as part of the question, but how can and should we be figuring out also, because I think these small farmers are critical to our community and are part of our city, how can we also find mechanisms to enter into partnerships where if we do have excess farmland, that these small farmers that are being impacted by Sigma, I'd like to see that. How do we enter into these where we're leasing our land so that you guys can continue and also benefit from the same types of benefits that this bigger farmer is doing, getting our city water? So I'm interested in that conversation. I hope you guys can stick by, because I'm going to bring that up back in this next item. But I think that the timing is good because we're doing something with one farmer, and you guys are, and I hope whoever is here, and hopefully they can understand what I'm talking about in terms of let's figure out if there's a way if there is an opportunity to partner up with the Southeast Asian farmers, small farmers here to.
Councilman, that is exactly
benefit.
the type of leadership that we're looking for, right? Because
I'm happy to.
Because constituents are coming in here and not sure exactly what to do, and they're laying on you as electeds the issues, the problem they're facing, and that's the type of dialogue that your leadership was going to lead to. So as to say, what are options out there? What are we doing? What are some of the mitigation factors? I mean, you guys going to talk about temperance flat and agreement that's going to have a large picture in terms of the water issue and all those stuff. But you're right. It's having that dialogue in an impactful way and looking at the diversity of your constituency and how to try to address. We're not going to be able to solve all of it. We know that, right? But how do we work with those, and what type of resources are we bringing in, and how do we make sure that the folks that we're talking about at least are engaged and understand what's going on, because they want to know at least that our elected is hearing them.
And have the same opportunity.
Yeah.
So, no, I agree, and I want to thank you, Council President Brandao, for putting this on the agenda, and I think that it kind of goes well, because I want to bring up some of those issues with item 1I following your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Chavez.
Thank you, President Brando. Thank you, Councilmember Belangjong Emeritus. It's your new title here. You and I have had these conversations before with regards to that. I think, on my end, I'm 100% supportive of our community and what they do, and thank you for flagging those statistics. That'll be very helpful. I think you're gonna see support up here, but we gotta maybe hone down a little bit about what that looks like, right? Because support's very broad, and along the lines of what Councilmember Soria says, I think you'll get direct support with Purple Pipe and the repurposed water and what that looks like, but also letters of support when you're going after grants. But I think we need to take it a little bit further than that. As you know, when you haven't sat in this seat, you understand that the water policy dynamics play very different roles in different areas and jurisdictions. But I think where there's opportunity is, and I know that a couple of my colleagues and I are planning on taking a trip up to Sacramento and really educating the state legislation, the governor's office on the needs that we have here with Sigma. And I think as part of that, I think the group should come and come with us so they could see that there's joint effort along those lines, and at least you'll have that commitment from my office in working on that side of the advocacy, because I think that really is what's missing, right? Because we have our constituents that live in the city but farm right outside, and I know that in Southeast Fresno we have them literally across the street, and so it's the jurisdiction conversation. But you'll have that from my office, and 100% supportive of the work that's being done out in our community, and we'll be working on that in the future.
Thank you, Council Member. Just let us know when you need us. We'll be more than happy to participate and lend our voice to really the larger picture and the needs of the Central Valley and our region, which is, have 7 different Sigma that are supposed to be working collaboratively together.
All right, Belong, this was just a workshop, so we're not voting on anything today, but those of us that know you are amazed that you were as brief and concise as you were today.
Council President, I do have a couple questions.
Oh, okay, Councilman Arias.
Who's our representative right now in Sigma?
Right now, it's the mayor's office.
Who specifically?
I believe it's Michael Cabal, the water, or the city's water, Mr. Cabal.
Okay. And just for the record, one of the things in my district, we have a lot of tenants, and when we do general plans, specific plans, when we do amendment to the general plan, when companies want to come in, we always tend to do the bare minimum, which is notify the property owner, even though we know that the vast majority of residents are tenants, and it's a frustration that I continue to feel every day, and I think it's going to be a conversation for this council whether having the city, by standard procedure, notify the people who actually live, are working, and operating in those communities that we're changing policies in real time. And I hope it doesn't have to be a policy that this council has to take. I hope staff would automatically go above and beyond and get to know our neighborhoods and our city and understand that the vast majority of folks are not in owner-occupied situations, and that we should take the additional step. And to Council Member Soria's point, I do believe that we tend to do what's easiest and what's familiar and what's always been done. So we have hundreds of acres as city-owned that gets leased out every year, and I think we just automatically renew leases without putting it out for proposals or looking to see whether we can have small micro businesses and small farmers benefit from our public assets. So I'm hopeful that the city staff will get to a point where they do that automatically instead of having to be directed by the council. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate it. And that was pretty brief.
And Belong, just so you know, we are concluding today's council meeting in memory of Officer Pia Vang.
And thank you for all your support to all the council members, and our community thanks you, to everybody. Thank you very much.
Got it. Okay, as a request by Councilmember Soria, because it ties in somewhat to this issue, we're going to go to the consent calendar item 1I, and then when we come back from that item, and I don't believe that will take a lot of time, we're going to go to the reason a lot of these other folks are here, and that is a contract with Corsco at Riverside Golf Course.
Morning. Good morning. So I have a few questions real regarding this item, and I wanted this item to be heard because I think to some degree we can tie it to some of the issues that have just been discussed with these farmers, because I think this is a good example of working with local folks in leasing them farmland. And I know that we've been doing this for some time, and there's some benefit to the city, obviously, in terms of some of the additional revenues that we get. It seems very attractive, $258,000 per year, or if all the extensions are exercised, it would be about 1.2 million, or almost 1.3 million, close to that. Just had a couple questions. One, how much water, or how much are they paying for water, or is all the water from the reclaim facility or from the wastewater treatment plant being given as part of the same price as the lease of the land?
Right, the water is included in the lease.
Okay. So, I've gone out and done a little bit of research and talked to water experts and folks kind of in the ag community, and what I have heard is that this is a heck of a good deal for the farmer, and actually that the city could get a little bit more or do a little bit better in the revenues. So
yeah, just to be clear though, this is secondary effluent. So we've got 57 million gallons a day of wastewater coming.
I get that.
And so there are very strict limitations on what types of crops can be grown. So, so we're not growing consumable type products here. It's fibers and that sort of thing.
I get it. I actually had an opportunity to sit with some of the folks, so I get that. And I'm not opposed to the lease agreement for this year in 2019. I know that we are offering extensions. Beyond that, that would be administrative thing, be done administratively. What I want to do two things. I'll approve the lease agreement today for 2019.
Okay.
For the remainder. But before any extension is executed, I'd like to direct the staff to actually analyze the value of the lease, just because of what I'm hearing in terms of the value of the water. I know that you said that there's limitations as to how the water can be used, but from what I've heard from other ag community, the reclaimed water can be used for a lot of the permanent crops. And I think that when we talk about our region and how water is so precious, and the stigma issues that the current, some of our small farmers are stating here today is real, but we can be creative and figure out how we can better monetize not only the value of this existing lease, but also of the resources that we have. So as part of approving this, I'd like to again, before the extension, analyze the value of the lease to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. Because as we know, there's a lot of needs in the community. One, if we have additional revenues, we can hopefully use these to extend the life of the rates. That's a big issue that we kind of have a continuous conversation about. And then also, as part of this item, I think another thing to look at, and what I want to include as part of my motion, is to use some of these funds to conduct a study to better monetize all our wastewater resources, and looking at the potential with continued partnerships with our ag folks, and see how we can fold in some of our small farmers that live within the city that are interested, and we can explore ways to not only monetize our wastewater resources, but the land that we have in this vicinity.
Yeah, this actually ties into what we have previously recommended as a water reuse master plan. So going back about a decade ago, the council did adopt a recycled water master plan, and that supported the tertiary disinfection facility, 5 million gallons a day, and the Southwest distribution system that's currently being expanded. We've considered extending Purple Pipe across the city. We've looked at satellite facilities, but I think we need time to step back, considering all of these new regulations, the drought that we went through, how our customers are now using water today, and look at it more from a water reuse perspective. And before we decide to build that roadmap for spending, for investing in new infrastructure, and that would include, does it make better sense to utilize that water to work with farmers and generate revenue that can invest in other water supply reliability? And so that's an initiative that we want to bring forward now. We've got meetings on the calendar to start putting the scope together, And the goal is to advertise for an RF, a request for qualifications from consultants to help put that reuse plan together. And then what would come out of that would be either these types of initiatives or the capital improvement plan, and then we would have to figure out how we're going to fund those projects. Obviously, they would be rate funded. We would look to the state agencies to provide funds as well. But really developing that roadmap, and I think this is a component of that effort.
Perfect. So that's
Okay.
what I want to include as part of my motion. So one, utilize some of these resources to get a study done. I think that it's important to study it and figure out how we can better monetize our water resources, given kind of some of the things that you've just outlined, and take into account some of our small farmers that are being impacted by SGMA and how we can, just like we do with the big corporations that have come to the city of Fresno where we're benefiting from jobs, these small farmers are critical to our community. And I think that we should be finding creative ways to be able to not only help them, but also at the same time help the city increase those revenues as a partnership. So as part of my motion, so before the actual extension, I'd like to see that study come back. So before the end of the year, looking at, one, the value of the lease. Is it the best value for the city?
So before we execute any
Additional extensions.
Yeah, so we do that on an annual. When we get into those, we do that for a couple different reasons. One, what's the current market value, and then that also gets impacted by crop rotations because there are specific crops that generate higher revenue. And for example, you can only grow cotton for so many years before you have to have an alternative product, and that impacts our ability to go out and request proposals because somebody gets all the money crop for so many years, and then you turn around and go, okay, what can you grow on that? Because there are very strict restrictions as far as nutrients in the soil and that sort of thing. So we do look at it from that regard. This is kind of a new aspect to it that we would definitely consider.
Okay, so then those things, is it pretty clear as to what my motion includes? So one, before the extension, that we analyze the value of the lease to make sure that we're getting our best bang for our buck as we continue on with this partnership, and also to use part of the revenues that we're getting from this contract to study to better monetize all our wastewater resources within the city, and that we're mindful, as we heard today, of the challenges that some of our small farmers, especially Southeast Asian, Latino farmers, that are barely holding on because of the statewide policies, how we can include them and to be part of our plan.
Councilmember, I'll second that motion, but I do have a couple of questions given that it's in my area. Do we know how many hundreds of acres we own associated to our wastewater facilities that are currently used for farming?
We lease about 800 acres or so, a little over 800 acres.
Okay.
And then we also supply water even outside of the treatment facility as well.
And I'm assuming we own additional acres that we're not farming, right?
What's that?
We own additional acres beyond the 800?
Well, the majority, we like I said, 57 million gallons a day of treatment. That water's got to go somewhere. We don't discharge to a waterway. So the majority of that water is going into percolation ponds. It's going into the groundwater. It's evaporating. Part of our waste discharge requirements recognize the beneficial use of recycling some of this water, and that's why we have these long-term lease agreements that we've been doing for decades.
Yeah, so speaking of which, when was the last time you put out those agreements out to bid?
2016.
2016, all of them, all the farming agreements?
There's 550 acres under this one, so there was a competitive process at that time.
What about the rest of them?
The rest of them do go through a competitive process. I don't know specifically when the other 160 or so.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it.
Just want to clarify something with my motion.
Yeah.
So, because I said before the extension, so what I'd like to see, I would want the study to come back before any extension is executed, and then the council give the green light on the extension, because I think we should have the opportunity to see what we have found, both from analyzing the value of the lease and then also the study that would better give us a picture of what we can do for the city of Fresno to better utilize our resources.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thanks, Mike. We have a motion and a second. Any member of the public like to address this item? All right, I don't see any. We have a motion by Councilmember Soria, a second by Councilman Arias. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Right. Perfect. Next, we're going to go to item 3E because we have people for this specific item. That's actions pertaining to Riverside Municipal Golf Course. And that is a beautiful golf course in the most beautiful council district in our city. So, city manager, or I think we're going to hear first from Laura.
In a beautiful district that doesn't need CDBG funds.
Good morning, Council. Laura Merrill, Deputy City Manager. Staff does have a presentation prepared, but if the Council President is amenable and the Council, our Corsco partners also have a presentation, we can just dive right into that.
Okay. You know what, Laura? I'm going to take you up on that. We'll hear from Corsco, but thanks for all of your hard work bringing us to this day, for sure.
Thank
and
you.
Wilma, that applies to your entire staff. So I'd like the guys from Corsco to come up and tell us about what you've been doing and what we're looking at here today.
Thank you, Council. Good morning. My name is Adam Pohl. I'm the Senior Operations Manager for Corsco. With me today, I also have Tom Isaac, founder and chairman of Corsco, as well as Keith Berry, our general manager of Riverside, and then some constituents from the Riverside Golf Club, which is a home club of over 400 members who play the golf course daily. We've been asked today to provide a brief background about Riverside and Corsco, and also be available to answer any questions you have regarding the agenda item in front of you today. Let me get into the background. The city of Fresno has owned Riverside Golf Course since 1939. We're very excited to be celebrating our 80th anniversary this year. The property is 116 acres of green space located in northwest Fresno near Herndon Avenue and Highway 99, right across from the new El Paseo Shopping Center and bordered on the north side by the San Joaquin River. The facility includes an 18-hole par 72 championship golf course, lighted driving range, 1,200 square foot pro shop, and 3,000 square foot clubhouse, which includes a small F&B operation. In 1989, Corsco began a long-term partnership with the city of Fresno to lease the golf course. Our third contract expires in August of this year. Who is Corsco? We are a golf management company who was incorporated right here in Fresno, California in 1989, and Riverside was the first of now 37 golf courses that we manage in 6 different states. We work for 90% of our clients are municipal clients. We work for cities, counties, water districts, universities, etc. Corsco is also the most decorated golf management company in the country in terms of environmental stewardship. Some of the awards include California Governor's Award, 61 Environmental Leadership and Golf Awards. Just this month, we got awarded the Presidential Award from the Golf Course Superintendents Association of America, which is the first time ever in their history a golf management company has been awarded that award. We're also a member of the Audubon International Society, and Riverside Golf Course is a certified cooperative sanctuary golf course. And lastly, Corsco has never had a contract fail to renew in 30 years of history. But what do we do at Riverside on a daily basis? We provide quality, affordable golf to community residents and visitors. As you may be aware, there is only one public full-length championship golf course in the city of Fresno. So it's a large, valued community asset, especially to the golfing public. We maintain about 110 acres of irrigated turf grass. And every day we provide golf programming for home clubs, amateur tournaments, regional state events where players come from all over the western United States just to play your golf course, Riverside Golf Course. We host the largest points event of any Northern California Golf Association tournament in all of Northern California. That happens right here in Fresno. We also host high school teams, college teams, junior high teams, senior groups, and charitable events as well. Corsco was also the founder of, and Riverside is the home of, the First Tee of Fresno, which, for those of you who don't know the First Tee of Fresno, it's a local nonprofit that teaches life skills through golf to kids in our community. That program impacts 30,000 kids in the Central Valley. We also think Riverside is a great community asset for non-golfers alike. I know some of you on the council don't play golf. You can still come out to Riverside. We try to attract non-golfers because we want to either turn them into customers, possible golfers, or they can use the facility for maybe birthday parties or quinceañeras or weddings or whatever. So what we do is we provide free non-golf community events at Riverside. Those events consist of things like Easter egg hunts, where families and kids come out on the driving range for a full day of activities, of bounce houses and face painting, and Easter egg hunts out on the driving range. In the summertime, we host free movie nights on the driving range. We also host events like The First Green, which teaches environmental STEM education to local elementary school students. Elementary school students come to our facility. We use the golf course as a living laboratory to teach science to elementary school students. And the history of the partnership between Corsco and Fresno is very long. 30 years ago, Tom Isaac, when he was awarded the lease in 1989, was told a very clear mission statement from the city of Fresno: provide affordable, quality golf and improve our asset. For 30 years, we have a proven track record of doing that for the city of Fresno. Also, in the last 30 years, Corsco has never missed a rent payment to the city of Fresno, and no general fund money has been paid has been used on the golf course. Rent paid to the city of Fresno has covered all debt and covered over $5 million in capital improvements. And that rent has paid for things like a brand new modern irrigation system. It took out the 1939 cast iron pipe underneath the ground, and now you have a brand new multi-million-dollar irrigation system. You have concrete cart paths all the way around the golf course. We have a brand new cart storage building that houses 75 electric golf carts. And other infrastructure projects like rebuilding greens, rebuilding bunkers that we've done over the last 30 years. And lastly, although we go through a financial audit from an outside CPA firm every year, recently in November, the city of Fresno hired an outside consultant to come do a facility assessment and operational audit on Riverside. That 55-page report, which is, I believe, in the council's packet, shows that Corsco has been a good operator and a great steward of Riverside over the last 30 years. So with that, we look to continue our partnership with the city, and we can answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Council President.
Thanks, Adam. And how about we call up Tom here? He's the heavy hitter.
Well, thank you, Council President, Council. I'm very pleased to be here. I've been before the council a few times over the 30 years. This is the closest property to my heart in our portfolio. I remember the initial contest that produced our contract, and I've been honored to be responsible for these 30 years, and I'm very proud of the work that Adam and Keith and others have done in operating it on behalf of the city. And I'm happy to answer any questions with Adam that you might have.
Right. Thank you, Tom. What we're going to do now is go out to the public and also allow council members to make comments. And so what I'm going to do, I've been playing at this golf course probably for 15 years. And, you know, Adam, you mentioned that not everybody up here plays golf, but I can tell you that nobody up here plays golf well. And I'm speaking specifically about Councilman Bredefeld. But we try. A number of us try. And I heard just recently that Councilman Capriolio is taking up the game. So that's very interesting. I know I've seen Councilmember Soria out at tournaments, and so. But I would like to add, before we go out to the public, that this is a fantastic asset for our community. The reason I play there is because I can afford to play there. I'm not that guy that can belong to a country club or that can go out and pay $75 every week to play a round of golf. I'm just not. But this course allows me to go play quality golf at a very reasonable price and have a lot of fun. Usually, if I'm not playing with Councilmember Longjeong, I'm playing with Councilman Bredefeld or somebody else in our community, and especially my dad and brother. We really enjoy going out to Riverside. But I'd like to say what I like about Riverside is it just a great event, you guys do a good job keeping the course up. And so a lot of public courses fall into disrepair. And you can tell a very distinct difference between public golf courses and other more high dollar golf courses. At Riverside, that's not the case. You have a great team that takes care of everything. You have marshals that take care of the play on the course, and you just provide a great thing for our community. And so I know we'll probably hear about that from some of the residents of Fresno, but I'm just going to make a motion that we approve this contract today. And we have a second by Councilman Bredefeld. So, Councilman, what I'll do is I'll take brief comments up at council. We'll hear from the public, and then we'll come up and see if we need to make any more comments and take a vote. So, Councilman Bredefeld, you're up.
Yeah, I want to echo those comments as well. I played there, and it's a well managed course. I think it affords a lot of people who, as Steve was saying, can't afford high-end, $150 to play around, but you wouldn't know the difference. And it's well-run, something that I fully support. I think you guys have done a great job. Can I ask you one question? And it's a serious question. I have played with Councilmember Brandow many times. Do you have somebody there who can work on his game with him? Is there somebody who can assist him? That's really the only serious question I have.
We don't sell miracles.
Thank you.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. I swore I would never play a game where the ball doesn't come back to me. And then I went out on the golf course, and as all of you can testify to, it becomes very addictive and extremely challenging. So in my last month or so of playing with my son, who can hit the out of the ball and the driver, all that, well, that's where the athleticism is in the family, not necessarily here. But I did find a skill that I was really good at. I start the game with 5 golf balls in my pocket, and I end up with about 20 golf balls because I'm the best ball hunter on the course. There's this way, never that way. But it's extremely challenging. It's great to get out there and relax. I really didn't know the advantages of it. And I guess a lot of people don't until you go out and try it. And no one laughed. They encouraged, well, a little laughter, but they encouraged to continue trying and practicing. So glad you brought this forward. I'm happy to support it, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Esparza.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate you folks coming out. It was good to meet you the other day in person and hear from you directly. I have a question, an actual serious question, not a fake serious question. So, we had discussed that, this has all been enterprise. To date, over the 30 years, you have not taken a penny of general fund revenue. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay. So, after we spoke, I did take the time to go through the consultant report. Admittedly, I did not go through all 55 pages, but we have these fancy devices that allow me to look for, very specific words that I'm looking for. And subsidy keeps popping up in the search. They're asking for a 10-year lease agreement, but the report is telling us as council, as a city, that by 2022 we're going to need about $125,000 general fund subsidy, which lands within the range of the 10 years. It's within the 10 years that you're asking for. Do you have any plan to reconcile that? I know we're asking for a certain amount of money, $200,000 I think is the base rent. Is that factoring in you picking up this tab, or I'll still be here in 3-4 years, maybe longer than that, or will you be coming back to me and other council members and asking for the subsidy?
No, thank you, Councilman. The consultant's report in that pro forma you're looking at, which calls for general subsidy help in year 2022, is based off of a $100,000 rent starting point. That's prior to us negotiating with the city, where we came up with a $200,000 base rent. Plus, on top of that, we propose a percentage rent so the city could share in the possible revenue increases from the closure of Fig Garden Golf Course. So the numbers that you're looking at don't account for that increase in base rent and increase in percentage rent.
Okay, thank you. So to be clear, you will not come asking for within the 10-year period for a general fund subsidy.
Things on the record here.
They could always ask. This is Jim Shadd, Assistant City Manager. The consultant report did show potential subsidies in future years, but as the contractor said, we looked at that and we were not satisfied with general fund subsidies, and Corsco worked very well with us to come up with that rent structure to where we, the city, would not have subsidies and they could still operate the course efficiently. So don't know what's going to happen 10 years in the future, but the plan is that we would not be subsidizing them during that period.
Yeah, that was my only question. I mean, with any contract, we assume some level of reasonable risk. So, if you're from today, you can foresee that not happening. I can support this today.
Councilmember Soria.
Yeah, and I think that's a good question. I want to thank you guys. You guys did a very thorough presentation. Appreciate the work that you guys are doing out there to providing at least a little bit more affordable access, as mentioned by the council president, to the larger community. Two questions. One, does the city have the ability to arrange some kind of, like, say, we want to do a golf tournament or something like that? Is that a possibility? I know that in the agreements that we have, say, for example, with Chichansi, with the ballpark, we have the ability to enter into, I think they have like 100 days out of the year that we can do community events at the ballpark because it is our facility at the end of the day. Is there anything in the agreement that allows for that? I know that you guys mentioned that you guys have community events and that it's opened up. I'm just wondering, in the reverse, if the city came to you and said, hey, could we do a golf tournament that the city would, any of us would be involved with?
Yes, so the answer is yes. The contract allows for 2 almost free days. What we do is we charge literally like a $5 per person, just covers our personnel costs for that day, to the city. It's typically been for the Parks Department, but that's up to city staff. But it does allow for 2 free days.
Okay, perfect. And what have we done in the past with our parks?
I believe it was called Parks for Fun. What's the organization through the Parks Department that funds?
Parks for Fun.
I think it's Park for Fun.
And do we just host golf tournaments or what?
Yes, golf tournaments.
Okay, perfect. Great. That's great to hear. And then the other thing, so I was looking at the structure of the lease in terms of you guys have the base rent, and we've obviously been in contract with you guys for a long time. Just want to get a sense of better kind of the financial benefit to the city too, because I know that in the fiscal impact it just says that it has no impact to the general fund, and that 100% of the revenue generated at the facility to cover all operating and capital needs. How it's structured, so $200,000 base rent. All the other additional revenues, are they above and beyond what the cost is to us? I'm just wondering, are there any extra revenues that come in as part of it? And how much, what's the dollar amount beyond the base rent that we are getting on an annual basis? Because I didn't see that anywhere in the report.
So for instance, this year I believe is roughly $250,000 to the fund. All that money goes in to cover current debt service on the irrigation project and the cart path project. It covers some city expense, and then the rest covers all capital improvements at the golf course, whether we spend it that year or let the fund grow. Currently, I think the fund is nearly $700,000, but that's growing every year from the rent that we pay to the city. None of that rent goes to the general fund. It all stays at the golf course.
So if it exceeds the $200,000, it still stays within
the fund and allows us to improve your asset. which you own, right? By building new clubhouses or new greens on the golf course, right? Whatever it takes to improve that facility.
Okay.
It's a very
Do we-
capital-intensive process.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Totally understand. Do we have that information, what is the history of that? I'm just curious,
Yes,
what does the fund look like today?
The report shows the historical revenues, gross revenues for the golf course and what our rent has been. I don't have all those multiple years up here, but the structure as we've structured it for this upcoming lease is that they would pay a base rent, which is $200,000. That is attached to an increase every year, 3% I believe it is, so to keep up with inflation. There are also additional revenues to us, to the city, beyond a certain revenue point, and that's lined out in the contract. So we would, the thought process is we want to guarantee ourselves a minimum revenue of $200,000 regardless of how they perform, what the market is. Anything beyond that where they're doing very well, we would also get some additional funding, but that all goes back into a capital fund that is used over the years to upgrade or to do deferred maintenance on the golf course.
Even the 200,000?
Yes.
Okay, so the city really doesn't see that. It just goes, well, it stays within our asset.
It is not intended to be a revenue generator. It's intended to be revenue neutral.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
Okay.
It wasn't very clear from the report, from the staff report. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Soria, I'd like to just try to really oversimplify that. One of the reasons we don't see Riverside fall into disrepair is because of that fund. It's really what we need to do with parks and everything else in our community, which is create a fund that takes care of the deferred maintenance. And so that pot that Jim just spoke about and Adam was referring to, that's what it does, so that you'll never see that golf course collapse like some of our other assets.
So I agree that we do have to have a fund. The only thing that I would say in response to that, and the golf course is a different scenario, when we're talking about green space, maybe the regional parks, yeah, because you can charge. But when when we're talking about neighborhood parks, we can't be in the business of charging our neighbors or our residents to go to the park. They already pay taxes. So we need to figure out within the constraints of our budget how we fix that. So I agree with the big regional parks, that's what we should be doing with the golf course and so forth. But when we're talking about neighborhood parks, it's a different story. Thank you.
All right, the screen is cleared. Okay, Councilman Arias.
A couple of questions for staff. I'm trying to understand how it is that this operation has been self-sustaining and the asset clearly is being maintained. And I think I've gotten that comprehension from our council colleagues. We don't make any money off this asset. All the money that's paid to us and generated remains in that asset for long-term improvement. So let's take Roding Park. When people pay $5 to go to Roding Park, where does those $5 go? To the general fund, or does it go stay within the park?
I can't now answer that question. Jane?
That goes into a capital account for Roding Park.
So it doesn't ever get shifted anywhere else?
I don't know exactly where the split would be, but to my knowledge, that money stays in parks for capital improvements and maintenance of the individual parks that it's collected from.
Okay. To my colleague's question, it doesn't look like the golf course hasn't been maintained to the status of the golf course yet. We probably have a million visitors at Roding Park. 80% of them are going to Roding Park for the zoo, paying their fee, and the park is not being maintained but that's a different conversation for this council. This agreement specifically, does it allow for the city to conduct a financial audit of its operations? Like, how do we confirm that they only made $250 versus $450 that year?
They only made 250?
Yeah.
We look at their gross receipts, and that is provided from Corsco to our staff on a regular basis.
Have we ever conducted an audit to confirm that?
One time a year, and it's reviewed by a CPA as well.
Okay, thank you. This particular lease agreement also includes new language that the city and the operators would explore the potential construction of future facilities. I'm assuming you guys kind of want to add the event,
Event
kind
center,
of
yes.
planning, event, wedding type of use for it.
Yes.
At what point do you anticipate coming back to this body with that proposal?
I would love to give you that answer, but we're still working on that, and that's why it says explore. It would require some outside investment to do so, both on Corsco's part and the city's part. So likely we would need some type of external funding, like grant funding, to do so.
So if you were to explore that possibility, you wouldn't be taking general funds or funds from other accounts in the city to do so? Okay.
No.
And my last question for this project, two more. What rate for water use do they pay? Do they pay the rate that parks pay, or do they pay the rate of a private, entity?
That one I don't know. Just a sec. No rate. They're on a well.
You're not even in the city system. Wow. Okay. They're not connected to a city system. They pump out of the groundwater.
Yeah. So they're paying electricity to pump the water.
Yeah. So it's probably cheaper than our rate to provide water.
I'm not going to make.
No. Okay. No, nor am I asking you to. Yeah. They're getting free water from the river. With that, speaking of the river, my concern that I want to be very upfront with the city and the operator is whatever plans you have for the golf course, we have to be very thoughtful that in no way limits access or an impact to the river. That river is a treasure. Just yesterday was a significant conversation in this facility about the future access, public access to the river. So I want you to be very thoughtful that the river is, I'm sure, to you and to us, a treasure. And we want to be very thoughtful about those considerations as you come forward. And I do fully support those upgrades taking place so that you can continue to expand and excel. Thank you.
Is that it, Miguel? Yes. All right. Well, we have the screen clear. I have one card and I see a number of folks. I think there's support for the project based on the council members' comments, so keep that in mind. But I do have Alan Axt. Alan, if you'd like to come forward, and then and then we'll have one more after that. All right, thank you. Alan, give us your name and address and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Certainly. Yes, my name is Alan Axt. I'm at 36753 Cloverleaf Avenue in Madera, California. And I'm a golfer. Golf was instilled upon me by my father many years ago, and I've done the same to my granddaughter. She is now a golfer, has lettered in golf at Central High School as a freshman. That's why I call Riverside my home. I've golfed there for over 50 years. I'm not only just a golfer, I'm also a volunteer. I'm one of those marshals that you referred to earlier. I help the golfers that are out there Monday afternoons to make sure they have a great time at Riverside and they enjoy their round, they get home with all their equipment, and they come back and do it again. I also volunteer my time on the board of directors. For 2019, I'm the current board of directors president. Our board puts on tournaments monthly for members, and we have 275 members approximately right now that play in those tournaments. The members are made up of gentlemen and ladies, and some of those members are with us today, sitting behind me. Some of those members are board members, some of them are former board members, and some of them are just fun-loving golfers. But one thing is sure, we all love playing Riverside. We all love the way it's taken care of. We're all here to support Corsco, and we hope that you're here too to support them and grant their extension that they're requesting. Thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you, Alan.
Al, I got one question for you.
Yes.
not going by handicap because I'm learning how that works.
Yes, sir.
But who is the best golfer in your group here today?
By far, Keith and Adam are the best golfers here today.
Okay.
Since Keith is actually our Class A professional, in addition to being the general manager, he and Adam run 1 and 2, I'm sure.
Wow, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for hearing me.
Thanks, Alan. Do we have anybody else okay? All right.
Council President, I'd just like to point out that I'm the only person that's free of conflict because I'm not a golfer, nor do I pretend to be a golfer.
At least an honest man up here. Yeah, all right. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Good morning, Council. My name is Lawrence Aldretti. I became a golfer when I turned 45, and it was one of the best experiences that I've overtaken. My grandson plays, and it's a wonderful game, and the experience that so many children get at Riverside is incredible. I am also marshal on Tuesdays. I'm on the board. I'm a chairman of the membership committee, but if you go there in an afternoon to Riverside, you will see children, young adults by the hundreds. It's an incredible experience I wish you would all undertake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. All right, and I appreciate it. Did you have more to say?
No.
Okay, thank you, Larry. And I know there's probably others. I think, you know, I'm also in charge of getting the meeting continuing to move, and I'm kind of slacking in that regard. But I think we have support. So I appreciate you coming out to support Corsco. Are there any other members that feel like they have to say something today? Okay, ma'am, you can speak to this issue. It has to stay on Corsco. You have 3 minutes. Oh, you have to come up to the podium.
My concern is today, Lawrence Mosley, daughter of David, the real true God, Hebrew God, Ben Yahweh. I'm here to speak today, Father. My concern is I'm hearing all these golf course proposals. All these golf course proposals. It's awesome. If we can include our African Americans, that's my only proposals. Include all these communities. If our children wants to learn how to play golf and things, give them the opportunity to expose this information, how we can find and expose it. Because I do a lot of investigating while I'm here today. When it comes my turn to speak while I'm truly here for the royal king, Hebrew king, Yahshua, that's been erased from your history. And that's why I come here today in regards to this clause that you have in the book of Fresno called the St. Francis Clause to embrace the woman of poverty. Are you aware of that clause?
Yeah, ma'am,
to embrace that clause?
we have to stick to this item today. But
Okay.
you'll have, you know what, I'll tell you what. In a few minutes, we're going to have what's called unscheduled communication.
Thank you. But I have no problem with this golf course.
Okay.
But I've just been hearing many of these golf courses, and I'm looking at all this different funding that's been taken away from West Fresno and for all their benefits of golf course. And I'm looking at our community centers are shut down. Our streets are shut down. I have family that works in Chinatown. And like you say now, you're trying to work with Amtrak and these people to get access back to Chinatown. So as I drive around West Fresno and see your ads on TV, and when you say this is a new Africa, yeah, that's exactly what you have planned for our community of West Fresno. As I drive all over the community and see all our streets blocked off, even this wonderful zoo that you have put together for all of us to enjoy. When I go there sometime to do my little jogs and runs, when I'm able to, but I've been so bogged up with litigation and court cases, which your Fresno Police Department as well being corrupt. Everyone here today, you're going to know the truth. That big bag back there that I have is regarding stuff on your sheriff, Mr. Dyer's bunches. I called them prior yesterday to come here to address some of my issues. I hope they have come today because I surely have so much I want to share. Because my family on the Frederick side works with the Fresno Sheriff Department. Some of my brother-in-laws back in the day turned me out on cocaine in our West Fresno neighborhoods that work on your sheriff's department. And my mom's house at 1829 West Church, I have seen Miss Sheriff's Mills cover up fraud. I called out there one time about a car being stolen, a chop shop at my mom's house. After, like I said, we're going to get into this because it's going to all come out. We need to have this city audited.
Your 3 minutes are up.
It needs to
Thank
be
you.
audited. I'll be back.
All right, thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations, and thank you, Wilma and Laura, for your hard work. Thank you for coming out today to the public.
Thank you. I'd also like to say thanks to your staff. We work with a lot of cities, and they've been prompt and accurate throughout the process, and we're grateful for it.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for doing a good job, and Fresno Riverside was your very first golf course. Now we are going to move to item 1B from the consent calendar. Councilmember Soria, you pulled that item. And right after that, if we can get it before lunch, we're going to go to item 1E. Councilman Arias, you pulled that item.
Yes, so I just have a couple questions, and I know this item to some degree is tied up with the item on the CDBG appropriation later this afternoon, but I did just want to get assurances and detail on the schools that were picked under this this item and how they will benefit or they will be included as part of the PG&E agreement. So can you speak to that? Because I know that we had picked a number of neighborhood schools that would get CDBG dollars for LED upgrades. Well,
absolutely. And good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So this item, again, is a rejection of the bids for fixture procurement simply because we only have one bid, and HUD guidelines do not allow us to award that. These neighborhoods will be included. We do have capacity within the citywide turnkey streetlight LED retrofit, which we're working with PG&E and their contractors on. These neighborhoods were originally selected as a result of community outreach and the annual action plan. So I stand before you with assurances that, yes, that all of these will be included in the citywide project.
and in terms of the time frame, given that we are going to go now and be part of the PG&E broader scope, what's the time frame? Are we prioritizing these to try to get these done sooner rather than later? Is it? I'm just trying to understand the time frame. I'd hate to have these be, not as top priority in terms of the time frame for the bigger project of PG&E.
These neighborhoods are scattered around the city. So let me speak to the overall time frame. The way that's been organized is with most of southern Fresno having PG&E, not PG&E, but the contractors' crews come in first, because North Fresno, we're having to work with our own city crews to address a lot of no power locations. Or we talked last year, presented to council the issue of locations primarily in North Fresno that have underground wire faults where the light's out not because of the bulb or the fixture, but because we have wire faults in the underground wiring system. So that's a city crew item to address. So sequence-wise, the neighborhoods that would be in the southern part of our community would be addressed first. I'm actually working with our city manager's office on a train memo to distribute to council on time frame. We're having a pre-construction meeting March 6th. We anticipate the last week in March being really ready to kind of go live, and then it'll be addressed very quickly. We have about 35,000 lights citywide, and from basically through April through the end of the calendar year, we would complete the citywide project.
Okay.
So if it's a southern neighborhood, some of these, such as Southeast Fresno, I could see some of these being done in kind of the April-May timeframe. By comparison, when we look at, say, Pinedale, Northwest Fresno, that one likely would be the fall.
And let me see. So these dollars, since, the staff report mentioned that we only got one bid, so we have to reject the bid because CDBG wants us to have multiple bidders, right? So similar to kind of the discussion that happened in the previous council meeting related to CDBG dollars that have to be used in a timely manner, are these dollars in that same category in terms of meeting that May deadline? Maybe, I don't know if you're the best person to answer this. This may be for Kelly, who handles the CDBG dollars, because these are also.
And I know, yes, they are, but I believe Ms. Furtado would be the best to address that question.
Hello, Kelly Furtado with DARM. Yes, so these are some of the dollars that were being reprogrammed in the proposed substantial amendment because they have not been expended and do impact the timeliness test.
Okay. And I'm wondering, what can we do in the future to avoid this situation? Because if we have a situation where we go out to bid, we only get one, are we going to be faced with the same situation next year? I'm just trying to figure out how, because later today, we're going to be taking a vote that, for me, I'm in a very tough position because of how we're doing this and the process. So what are your plans to avoid this situation again?
For procurement, meeting HUD regulations.
Whatever it is in order to meet the timeliness deadline so that we're not in this situation where you're saying we need to spend the dollars and we got to do it this way.
Right. So for these dollars that Scott was presenting, these were awarded back in the 2017 action plan. So we worked for a very long time and went multiple times for procurement and tried to get creative. What we have done in other situations.
2017?
2017.
And we only got one bid from 2017 until today?
We've not been able to meet the HUD requirements for procurement on these projects, correct?
And there's no exemptions where after multiple rebids or going out to RFP that the HUD will understand?
So in other instances, we have worked with HUD to get exceptions. The learner pools that this council took action on recently, that's one exception where we were able to bid out the design separate from the construction. This instance, and Scott can speak to this in more detail, but it was the actual materials that we couldn't get procured. So you can't really break that up anymore. And given the fact that the city then had a citywide program that could accommodate these, it also no longer really satisfied the focus of putting CDBG funds towards those projects because of the delay in timing.
Yeah, it just seems so crazy to me that, we are been at this for 14 months, I guess? More than 14 months now?
It's been a significant process.
Since 2017, so 2 years.
Since we got the award, yeah. It's been a significant, his team's put some great effort into trying to get this done.
I know, but 2 years? 2 years seems so unreasonable to me. It's like we should have known a year ago that this wasn't being expended. I don't know, I guess, you're in a different position, but for my position, right, we're looking at these types of projects that we're trying to award. We need to rethink what kind of projects then we're awarding through CDBG dollars and kind of restructure and revamp our entire CDBG, because it's been a recurring problem since I first got here. And it seems like 5 years later, nothing has changed. So I'm just a little frustrated, and I'm sorry to take it out on you guys, but because it's just kind of a recurring problem.
Yeah, and I want to defend staff a little bit here. I think Kelly has done a tremendous job of improving the HUD program, and I do appreciate you apologizing, but sometimes I feel that the tone is a little bit adversarial to staff, and I know Kelly puts in tremendous amount of hours and has turned the program around. And so we're doing everything we can, and Jim is engaged right now too with CDBG to help move projects forward and make sure that the projects are ready to bid out, but anyway, Kelly, thank you for all of your work with us.
No, I appreciate the work. It's just from our perspective too. It's frustrating.
So specifically, Yesterday, we met with you and we explained some of this in our meeting. We do need to select projects that have higher prospects of meeting CDBG funding requirements, and we will do that. It's a learning experience for us. So we will now, as I mentioned in the meeting yesterday, look at projects related to CDBG that are more likely to meet their requirements, including this bid requirement. Yeah. We've also gone back to CDBG HUD and attempted to deal with projects that only received a single bidder. Unfortunately, they're not very open to that, whereas FTA, FHWA are much more open to that.
Jim, and if I may, I completely concur with you. I think part of the systemic problem here is that the CDBG regulations have been clear for decades. And I do recognize that we've been using CDBG historically for construction projects, which are far more difficult to fund with this source. And I also think that the Housing Commission committee is also a problem in this systemic situation. I don't think they're fully aware, and nor are they very well equipped to understand that the intent of CDBG is to do very specific things. We could easily be using these funds for programming with not a problem of HUD saying it's not eligible, but historically, this city has used CDBG as a funding source for infrastructure construction projects that are not really in alignment with the federal guidelines. So I appreciate that you guys acknowledge and recognize that you're working differently, but I do think that this is a larger conversation about reforming how the city identifies, recommends, and the community involvement in that process before it comes to council or to HUD.
I have no disagreement there. I think we got some work to do. We can certainly look at projects. I'll add, multiple small projects take a lot more time and effort to manage than larger projects. A small project doesn't take that much less. So there's a lot of things we can be looking at, and not just with CDBG dollars, but all of our dollars, all of the funding portfolios that we have to try and do a better job of aligning the funding with the projects.
Thank you. Questions and comments. So I'll go ahead and, I guess, make the motion to reject the bid, right? Because I think that that's what the recommendation is.
And we have a second from Councilman Chavez. Need to go out to the public, or any members of the public want to address this street light issue? All right, ma'am, come forward. Yep.
So awesome. Yes, I heard this on your last council meeting about your street lighting, how you guys were trying to get this proposal about the lighting, these halogen lights for our community.
And ma'am, give us your name, please.
Dolores Sconyers Mosley, Tribe of Judah, true daughter of David. I'm the true offspring of the King David that built this earth in 6 days and rested on the Sabbaths. I'm surely the daughter of preachers, the true Hebrew preachers, the daughter of the late Reverend Jack Zacharias Sconyers. I'm the true, those are the fathers of the true fathers of the earth, Father God, Abba Father. I'm truly their descendant. They baptized me at 3 years old in the water. That's why I'm so bold here today speaking. The red line is here. And so as I am a judge, I am an awesome judge and attorney, as I'm in your courts all day litigating and winning most of my cases against some of your top judges who are trying to do me in. So that's why I'm so bold here today speaking, because I know your law. We made this law that you're running in your country. Everything about your government law is stolen from the African tribes that you have put together and tried to destroy our history. And so as you're talking about these halogen lights, they never have been installed on the west side. You did all that funding to grant PG&E the ability to be the contractor to receive these funds, as our other councilman from our neighborhood was opposing you guys to maybe check out some other venues, other maybe minority companies that could have benefited from these jobs of installing lights. But you guys are so on the team, always giving these contracts to PG&E like there's no minority contractors that deserve maybe a helping hand from this so-called city of Fresno. Because when I come up here, I have papers I like to give you. I want you to know what your Fresno name stands for, and that's under St. Francis order. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other member of the public like to comment on this streetlight issue?
My name is Brunette, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. And I'm in agreement that these block grant funding shouldn't be used, because for years, I don't understand how it is that we have the city manager saying that they've been doing a great job. This stuff been going on for years. Ever since we had council people from Cynthia to Ron Kehoe and on. I'm from Southwest Fresno. We've been having this problem for years with block grant fundings. They haven't been using them properly, and I don't understand how it is this board can sit here and then let the city manager say, well, they feel insulted. You need to be insulted. You wanted this job. You're supposed to know how to do this job. If you don't know how to do it, then you need to get somebody in place to do the job. These are block grant fundings. These are federal funds that come down. You ask for these fundings. When you ask for them, you're supposed to know how to apply them. If you don't, then you don't need them. So we're insulted in Southwest Fresno because the lighting is poor over there, period. And it's been going on for years. This is nothing new. So these block grant fundings has not been used properly by the city of Fresno. And they shouldn't even have their hands on the block grant fundings, period, because they haven't been used properly.
Thank you, Brunette. Any other members of the public like to address this issue? No, we can't we can't have you address this one, ma'am. You'll have to wait till. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, and that motion passes 6-0 and 1 with Councilman Capriolio absent. All right. Let's see. It's 11:57. Do you think, Councilman Arias, you had pulled 1E? Is that?
Yes, I'd just like to table the item. It's an appointment to the Housing Development Commission that oversees the CDBG funds, and they're recommending somebody from District 6 who doesn't have a CDBG area. I think this is part of a broader conversation. I know we have a meeting coming up with Tim Orman about how we handle the CDBG and the appointments to this commission. So I'd rather we just table this item and come back after we have a discussion on CDBG.
Okay. Do I have any other council members? Are you okay with that, or okay? Okay. Well,
I was up here because it's my item.
He's up here
so
to answer if we're going to hear the item.
I don't know if anyone wants to hear anything from me.
If we're going to hear the item. So it sounds like, Nelson, do you have a table? Okay.
Thank you, John.
Then, John, we're going to table it today.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. There's a clear majority to do that. All right, then. We are going to break for lunch and come back at 1:30, and we'll be back to talk about the TCC funding and other valuable conversations. All right, I think we're ready to reconvene. We have a 1:30 item scheduled, but we're going to start there, and because a lot of folks in the room are for that item, and then we'll go back to some of the things we skipped earlier later. The 1:30 item is actions pertaining to the 2017 Transformative Climate Communities Grant. It's to approve a master grant agreement with the Strategic Growth Council, and it is going to be presented to us by the City Manager's Office.
Council President, council members, this is an exciting day. We have the opportunity to sign a master grant agreement for $66.5 million from the Strategic Growth Council, the state of California. You're all familiar with this. More exciting is the fact that we have $111 million that have been brought to the table by our various participants. We have in the audience today members of our Outreach and Oversight Committee for Transform Fresno, which is what we're calling this project now. And I'd just like those members of the Outreach and Oversight Committee to stand and be acknowledged. And we also have members, and of course, Council Member Arias is the new chair of the Outreach and Oversight Committee. We're excited about that. And we also have members of the project leads for the various 24 projects with TCC that are also here. Please stand. It's been a great process, and to describe it in detail is our Deputy City Manager, Laura Gloria Merrill.
Good afternoon, Council. Brianna, it's not on the screen. Laura Merrill, Deputy City Manager. The item before you is actions pertaining to the Transformative Climate Communities Grant. But before we delve into those actions, I'm just going to do a brief presentation on the process to date. So the Transformative Climate Community Program is it's actually the first year of funding for this program. It's a new state program using cap and trade funding to fund the development of neighborhood level coordinated greenhouse gas emissions reduction projects. That's a mouthful. So SGC had a bucket of about $140 million, of which $70 million was allocated to the city of Fresno, and we ended up receiving $66.5 million after a 5% reduction for state administrative fees. The program, as I mentioned, is focused on a neighborhood level. So according to the grant guidelines, we had to focus on a 5 square mile radius that overlapped with at least 51% of census tracts within the top 5% of disadvantaged communities, consistent with local past planning processes. So what that ended up leaving us was the footprint that you'll see on the PowerPoint, which basically comprises downtown, Southwest, and Chinatown neighborhoods. Once we determine the project area, we move forward into a participatory budget to help identify the plan components. Anyone who lived, worked, or owned property in the area was encouraged to participate in the Community Steering Committee. The Community Steering Committee engaged or ended up with a total of 165 members. And what that means is those 165 participants participated in at least 50% of the meetings that we held. We held workshops, town halls, project review days, informational sessions. All in all, we engaged a total of at least 560 residents in the totality of the process. And the final package selection was the historic 125-to-1 vote for the 5th community alternative, which has been dubbed the Transform Fresno Plan, which includes several different components, including urban greening, active transportation, low-income weatherization, food waste prevention, and workforce development, components. Those, the Transform Fresno plan in general includes 12 partner agencies, some of which are here today, and I'd like to just call out specifically real quick. So our partner agencies include Self-Help Enterprises, the Fresno Housing Authority, the Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission, State Center Community College District, the U.S. Green Building Council of Central California, the Youth Action Project, Workforce Connection, Grid Alternatives, the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce, Early Readers Preschool, Fresno Metro Ministries, and last but not least, the Fresno Food Commons. So what we are requesting that the City Council consider today are 3 actions, the first of which is the Master Grant Agreement, which allows the City of Fresno to enter into agreement with the Strategic Growth Council to accept the funds for the implementation of the Transform Fresno plan. That's the first action. The second action is the Memorandum of Understanding, or to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding, which basically includes the stakeholder structure, which is the kind of binding laws of how we are going to engage the community throughout this process. As H mentioned earlier, that includes the structure for our Outreach and Oversight Committee, as well as some requirements in there as far as meetings, transparency, accountability, and other items. That is included in your packet as well. And the final action is the AAR to appropriate the funding. You'll notice that it's not the entirety of the 66.5. We're doing it up until the end of the fiscal year, and then the remaining amounts will be budgeted through the annual process, as well as each of the projects come and enter into their sub-agreement recipient agreements. So next steps, as I mentioned, the subrecipient agreements between the city and the partners. So the action today is the master grant agreement from the state and the city, and then we'll enter into agreements with the city and the partners that will come to the City Council for your subsequent approvals. And then our next steps will also to begin the implementation on the transformative plans, which include the workforce development plan, the displacement avoidance plan, and the community engagement plan. We've been working with SGC, our partners, our Outreach and Oversight Committee, and community stakeholders to complete those within the first quarter of the grant. So staff recommends council approval of the 3 items, the master grant agreement, the MOU, the AAR, and our office, as well as several of our partners, are here for any additional questions. Thank you.
Well, that was very good. I was expecting twice that much. Thank you. No, it was very concise. All right. Well, we're going to begin the discussion of this item. And then, you punched in? Okay. We're going to begin with Councilmember Arias. It's in his district, although I think all of us have been working on, paying attention to this, at least paying attention to this item for a year and a half now, basically. And so we all have great interest in it, but it's in Councilmember Arias's district, so we're going to let you start with comments, and then we're definitely going to be able to go out to the public. I've got some cards turned in. If you'd like to turn in a card, we'd get to the cards first, but you don't have to turn in a card to speak today, and everybody that wants to will have a chance. But, I think there'll be a lot of consensus, so we'll just pay attention and see if we can move along towards a vote. Yeah, cards are in the back, right, or right up front here. And if you fill them out, we've got a request to just print your name real clear. That way we can get it in the minutes of the meeting exactly. So, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start off this afternoon by thanking a few folks who helped us get here today. First, to city staff, Laura, H, thank you for being part of the process since the beginning. I know it's been a very hectic, long, and evolving process. This is, for the rest of the general public, the first time the state's undertaking this kind of initiative, where they, instead of dictating what projects they fund themselves or telling the city to dictate what projects they fund, they actually set up a process for the community and the residents to identify the solutions and the projects that they like to see in their own community. And when you ask the community to be involved, it takes longer. It's more evolving, it's sometimes frustrating, but the end product is much better for all of us. So thank you all for getting us to this point. I do want to thank the mayor also for the confidence he's placed in having me be the chair of the Oversight and Outreach Committee. In short, that committee made up of residents who are free from conflict of interest, who are not receiving any of these funds, will ensure that there's communication, there's support, and there's accountability, and that these projects get done on time and on budget. And that's a completely different process, too, for a lot of us. It's typically these 7 individuals on the dais that are solely responsible for making sure that things occur, but in this case, the community is going to be involved. Again, I also want to thank other folks who helped secure the funding. They're not here with us today, but they were very instrumental. Dr. Joaquin Arambila, the assembly member for our area, was very instrumental in helping secure the funds. Organizations like BHC, Leadership Council, other community leaders like Dr. Curry, my former council representative, Councilmember Oliver Baines, all instrumental in making sure that the advocacy was strong, consistent, and sustained to ensure that the state followed through with their commitment. Now that these funds have been secured, now that we've identified the projects, engaged the community in the process, and selected the organizations to execute the work, for me, the real work begins at this point, because now we're on the hook, all of us collectively, on making sure that this promise of transforming Fresno and historical neighborhoods that have been left behind to come to life. We've always argued that if we had the resources, we can change things. Now we have those resources. So with that, I wanted to take a moment and ask each of the awardees of the funds, or what we call partners, to come forward to the podium, introduce your organization, and the total budget project that is going to be brought forward into these communities. So don't come too fast, but we want this council to see the faces and the people who are going to be responsible for executing this work.
James Archie with Fresno Metro Black Chamber, and I believe our sum is around $8 million.
Thank you.
Leroy Candler, Chair of Voice Workforce Development, $1.85 million budget.
West Fresno churches and other people in the community would like to also be a part of these conversations. I was in contact with Les Kimber of the Advocate newspaper yesterday, the Tabernacle, Great African Tabernacle Church on Martin Luther King, where I'm now taking my faith. Zion Lion, Child of God is here, and we're not getting information to how to even be a part of these meetings. I'm here so we can start maybe having a better way for our community to access this information, to be down here. And so that's a really big problem, why you don't have very many African Americans in here to stand up like me, because I'm trying to be the voice now. And see, that's what happened in our community. When you redesigned the shopping center there, you took down our bulletin board. So we don't get information anymore where we used to post stuff at. It's gone. When they took down the P&R liquor store, we had an historical board there where we posted information on our athletes, everything, to know things. And when you guys tore that out, even had our famous Randy Williams, and he's a black fire department. He's on the fireman force, and that would give our kids hope. If you extort that kind of stuff back to us, so we can get information about this kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Because I want that I want to make that possible, information to be known. So if they don't look at TV that much, but we put boards up, it would be grateful.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you.
We'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Warren King, Food Commons Fresno. The total amount of our project in the first phase is about $4.7 million.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Jesse Adeguin from Grid Alternatives. Our project is a solar project for residences as well as multifamily complexes. Total budget $1.9 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Laura Gromas, Executive Director of USGBC Central California. Our project is part of the Southwest Trails project, and it's a bicycle education, about $140,000.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Francisco Nunez. I'm a project manager with Self-Help Enterprises. Our project is active transportation, sidewalks, and bike lanes, and our total budget is $350,000.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Oscar Robinson, West Fresno Advanced Transportation Training Program, partnering with the Workforce Connection, $1.2 million to train 200 residents with their Class A with clean trucks. Thank you.
Hello, I'm George Cummings with State Center Community College District.
I'm Becky Barabee, the Dean of Applied Technology for Fresno City College.
Our project through the TCC is $16.5 million, which we are matching with a $70 million satellite campus for Fresno City College.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey McVeigh. I'm with Fresno Metro Ministry. Our project that's part of the Transform Fresno project package is the Yosemite Village Community Garden, which is a 7-acre permaculture community garden and incubator farm demonstration project located behind the Yosemite Village apartment complex on California Avenue in Southwest Fresno. The total project budget, including TCC and leverage funds, is just under $800,000. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Duarte, Fresno Housing Authority, working on a housing development in Chinatown, and our total development costs are over $25 million, and that includes the housing as well as other street improvements. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Johnson,
I'm David Ware.
and we're from Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission, and we have two projects. The first project is an accessible community garden at Sunset Community Center, and that project total is $100,000.
And the other project is the energy savings and greenhouse gas reduction, and that's approximately $3.2 million. And we're also going to be working with Valley Clean Air Now on leverage funds of about $530,000 to provide electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you for being patient and allowing me to do this. I wanted to make sure that my council colleagues got to see the faces and the names and the organizations who are going to be responsible for the next 5 years to bring this, promise into fruition for all of us. With that, Council President, I'll turn my time back to you. I will also delay my celebration of this huge and historic investment until we start breaking ground and opening college campuses, housing projects, and having clean air vehicles in our streets. And I would like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilmember Soria. And I don't have any council members punched up, so that's a good sign for me. But that's a signal. We're going to go out to the public now, and then we'll come back up to council and take that vote after we're done hearing from the public. So, did you say something, Luis? Okay. Card turned in. Ivanka Saunders. Ivanka, you'd be first up, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivanka Saunders. I'm a resident of Southwest Fresno, District 3. I was a voting member of the initial TCC Community Steering Committee, and I am currently a member of the Oversight Committee. I am in favor of the TCC Master Agreement. For the City of Fresno, including its residents and its public servants, the undertaking of the Transformative Climate Community Program has been a long road traveled with many hard lessons learned. From the perspective of a historical timeline that reviews the City of Fresno's actions regarding the lack of civil rights, the divestment of an originally segregated African American community through redlining and gerrymandering, its participation in war on drugs, its school district's educational redlining through busing in and busing out of children away from their home schools. All of these actions have led this city to where we are today, which is in desperate need of a transformation to a more just and equal city for all of its citizens, regardless of the color of the citizen's skin. The Transformative Climate Community Program is a step, yes, only a step, but a great step in the right direction. And we still have a long road ahead of us to get it right. Upon signing of this master agreement, the timeline starts to meet the required first quarter deliverables. That is barely 3 months away, and the city is required to provide a workforce development plan, an anti-displacement plan, and a community engagement plan to the Strategic Growth Council so that funding for the TCC program can continue. Please see pages 91 through 97 of the master grant. Please review page 18 of the master grant under non-performance if we don't meet these deliverables. We all want this program to be successful, and right now the 3 plans have not been shared in great detail with the community on how the city plans to effectively meet these requirements. As the city develops these 3 plans, each individual project also needs to be accountable to these plans. Regarding the community engagement, the city must go above and beyond the minimum required set by the TCC program guidelines. We have already been told by the SGC that they expect more from the city of Fresno, considering that we received 70 of the $140 million of the first year grant funding, while the other 2 grantee cities only received $35 million. Also, the workforce development plan and the status of the project labor agreement need to be shared with community. Community members do not just want to be told about what is about to happen in their community, but rather how the construction of and the implementation of the TC projects bring jobs, apprenticeships, and training opportunities to the current community members of Southwest Downtown and Chinatown. Community members expect an anti-displacement plan that will prove that all of these improvements, investments that are a result of this TCC program are truly to benefit them and not for the purpose of gentrifying their neighborhoods. Thank you.
And actually, I have cards on other items that we're going to be voting on today. That was the only card. I do believe there's general support up at council. And we could move towards a vote, but we definitely want to hear from anybody who feels that they'd like to speak today. So,
good afternoon, President Brandow and council members. My name is Mary Curry. I reside at 312 West Valencia Avenue. I'm a 60-plus year resident of West Fresno. I won't be redundant in repeating what Mrs. Ivanka just said because it's all very important. So I would encourage you to read the materials provided to you. But I also want to encourage you to vote unanimously. It really means a lot to all of us because if any part of Fresno is hurting, all of Fresno should be concerned. And my concern today is that you would give this your full support and make sure that we get as much as we can to help as many as we can. We're looking forward to the new developments in West Fresno, mainly City College, which I believe will bring much more. So I encourage you today to take this into very serious consideration and support it. It's very important to all of us. Our children are born and raised in West Fresno, and it's the only part of town I've ever lived in. And I want you to know that it's not a bad part of town. It's just different in some ways. But it's all important because we're all God's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Curry. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Kimberly McCoy. I'm from Fresno Building Healthy Communities. I am the project director. I was a voting member of this committee, and when this process first started, it felt like there was not going to be any community involvement. But the community pushed back, and the steering committee was formed. It was a long process to get to this point, but we got here. Now the real work starts. And I hope to see the completion of the 3 plans, workforce development, anti-displacement, and community engagement completed on time and available to the public. First, to make them aware. Second, to be able to provide input. This was a good plan. It's going to transform West Fresno, and it has set the tone for more money to be invested in West Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ricky Herbert Goodwin, Sr. I live in 1111 North Sherman Courts, apartment 742, Fresno, California, zip code 93701. I was born in Madera. When I came to Fresno in 1960, I lived on the west side of town. I was born and raised on the west side. Then I heard some things about the west side upset me, what I do not like, what they're doing to the west side. They should help the west side, not get rid of myself. Help the west side, not get rid of it. Help it. Because y'all know how many years I've been coming down here listening to y'all. Y'all supposed to support the West Side, not get rid of it. Help it. But y'all not doing it. Is y'all going to help the West Side? That's what I'd like to know. Because I'm born and raised over there.
Sir, yeah, you're really supposed to address the council president.
Hey, I told him, hey, you say your names and everything. Hey, you know who I am, brother.
You're doing fine.
Because I've been seeing you on TV all the time.
Yeah.
And I know him. This is 7. You're my new counsel. Because I've been coming up here for years and years and years and years and years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. If I could give you some paperwork in regards to your Fresno Police Department as well as the Sheriff's Department. As many years, when I try to get things investigated, I'm the type of person, when someone does something to me, I keep a long paper trail and have attorneys and things investigate these things.
Ma'am, I'm not trying to interrupt you, except that
Yes.
yeah, we can't talk about the police and sheriff's department. You got to talk about
information that's been investigated.
this item.
Can I give you some information that's been investigated by?
Want to leave it with the clerk
I'd
here?
like to give it to you.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yes.
But right now we have to stay on this
And
item.
I will make another meeting with you because Mr. Kimber of the Advocate, he wants you guys to contact him maybe another day because he'd like for you to have a meeting at his office. He has an office located, newspaper Advocate, on L Street. And I am very in contact with him yesterday. And he wanted me to urge you, he would want you to come to our side of town at his wonderful Advocate. The Advocate newspaper, if you can contact him another day, I will contact you personally and give you his number because I've been in contact with him and he wants to meet with you guys.
Okay.
Come to our side of town. We don't want to be in your chamber. He has some wonderful chambers to discuss issues of concern while I'm here today. And since we don't want to discuss all this stuff about your
If you want to leave that stuff,
yes, I'd like to leave these things to you, discuss.
get distributed.
It is horrific.
We guarantee you.
It is horrific for we can call for an audit. State audit is involved here. All this stuff needs to be given.
Thank you.
Try to see the corruption in your law enforcement here. Because I have family married to some of your law enforcement, so it's going to be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you,
Listen,
ma'am.
I am from the true tribe of Judah. We are the true clans, first ones of Israel. I am that true.
Okay. Another card turned in, but I'm going to let this gentleman speak. He came up, but after he's done, Gracia Elenis, you'd be up next.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Leroy Candler. As I said, I'm the chairperson for Voice of Including the Community Equitably, and our primary goal is to put people to work in the community in West Fresno and other disadvantaged community all over the city of Fresno, if at all possible. We began this process some 3 to 4 years ago, and from the very conception of applying for the grant, I went to numerous meetings in Sacramento with the previous Mayor Ashley Swearington. We've been heavily involved in trying to find ways to get the community involved and getting our people involved. When I say our people, I mean not just African American, I mean disadvantaged people from West Fresno. And the opportunity has finally come alive for us, an opportunity for us to go into the projects, go into the housing authority where we got people that living with their grandmothers that don't have jobs. There's opportunities there. There's an opportunity for us to start community bargaining agreements, and we are being the lead. And as far as we have always had our hope and all of our dreams as far as workforce development has given our people not just jobs but careers. Now there's an opportunity for this dream to come true, and we want to be a part of that dream. And we've asked and encouraged that the councilman and all of the council people go to our voice because we have links to the community. I was raised in West Fresno. I went to Washington High School, graduated from Edison, and I live at 2909 East Gilbert. I live in District 3, and I'm a part of this community. My life is invested in it. And when I see the hope in people's eyes when they see me, I get people jobs, and I've been getting people jobs without the access of money from anybody in this city, and I'm sending people to work in Bay Area, Los Angeles, and stuff like that. I'm getting them in union jobs when the union jobs had closed the doors and wouldn't give people of color the opportunity for some of the jobs that's around here. But those days are changing. There's an opportunity for us to do something, and I just wanted to make sure that we be a part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leroy. Okay. Gracia. Gracia.
How do you pronounce your name?
A little bit complicated.
All right.
Hi, good afternoon, council members, council president, Gracia Lenes with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I'm incredibly excited to be here today, but I think as Miguel said, I'll be even more excited and really start celebrating once we actually see groundbreaking in West Fresno, in Chinatown, and in downtown Fresno, and see the fruits of, the hundreds of residents, see the fruits of their labor be finally, come to their community. And so I'm really here just to, encourage the city to continue the open process and the responsiveness it originally did in having a participatory style process in developing the plan and continuing that in the community engagement plan, in the displacement avoidance plan, and in the workforce development plan. The community, all these plans have to be developed within the first 3 months as a deliverable to the Strategic Growth Council. We want to make sure that we meet that deadline and are inclusive in developing these plans, all these plans with community, and we're responsive, and we're not just meeting the bare minimum, and we're going above the typical status quo that sometimes that we've been used to before. And let's go back, take that step back and go back to how we were engaging community beforehand on a continuous basis, where they were able to participate and city staff was responsive to them and their needs. And this is especially important as the displacement avoidance plan, because when you have tens of millions of dollars invested in a community that is primarily low income, in a community that has historically been divested and neglected, displacement will happen. The city of Fresno has a housing burden, even though some people may not like to recognize that, but the Cal Enviro screen very much recognizes that, and this investment will that much more exacerbate it. So we really need to be responsive to the residents and their needs, and the policies that they bring forward that they believe will further protect them. And the workforce development plan is another key source to this. The Strategic Growth Council in the state was made it very loud and clear that they want this portion. If we're using public dollars, we need to make sure that money is going back into the community and is going into the very same individuals who live there to be able to be part of this process. So let's make sure that this workforce development plan is targeting the residents of these communities and is targeting especially those vulnerable demographics here. Thank you.
Thanks, Gracia.
I'm Stacy Williams. I didn't have a card, but I was on a voting member of the steering committee for the TCC for the last 2 years. I'm actually also a board member of Inspiration Transportation, who will be operating within the Clean Shared Mobility Program that's going to be part of this TCC project. And I just want to make sure what Gracia was saying, what Ivanka was saying, we really need to have a chance to turn a new leaf as Fresno, and to say this is a chance for us to really get our reputation on board and show the state of California that we're going to make clear changes in workforce development plan, the anti-displacement, and the community engagement. They're looking at us when we take these funds to do the right thing, right? They're going to be looking at the programs that we move forward with. If we want to get grants in the future, we have to make sure that we act correctly, we act in the best for our district. I'm in District 3, which is Southwest Fresno, and so our district really needs to make sure that we do the right thing, and that these 3 things are very important for the state to look at us when we get future funding on how we behave. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brunette Harris, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. We're against this plan, this TCC dollars, and for everyone to stand up here and say that they want the community to be involved after you guys are talking about receiving the money. And you're talking about community input. We didn't have an input. This project was put in place ever since 1969. That's your paperwork, not mine. And the last time it was amended, it was in 2010. And we also, Esmeralda, that's her business who she deals with, but you had a developer, which is Terrence Frazier, had a hand in on it. She shouldn't have even been involved. That's a conflict of interest. So here we have everybody talking about the community being involved. We was not involved. You had a former mayor to go down and ask for these dollars. They didn't ask the community anything. We were never included in it. And so far as the college, when you have figures as the Southwest Fresno community, in Southwest Fresno alone, 43.7% of people who did not graduate or have a high school GED is 43.7%, compared to the city of Fresno, which is 24.7%. To the county is 26.3%. The state of California, 18.7%. You're talking about putting a college in an area where our kids are not being educated by the city of Fresno. You're talking about gentrifying our neighborhood, which is Southwest Fresno. You're going from Central all the way out to 180. You're talking about putting in 4-way lanes with a medium in between. You're talking about putting in stoplights. That's gentrification of a neighborhood. And for people to stand up here and say, we're going to include the community afterwards, that's not going to fly. Whoever we have to get in contact with, they haven't notified the community, and for groups that's been appointed by the mayor or whoever that got together, they do not represent our community. We were not involved. Having these meetings, informational meetings, are not meetings for our community. And we want you to understand that. So vote as you will, but if we as a community have to get involved, we will, because we was not included. So I could care less about the steering committee, whoever the mayor put in place, whoever got in place, our community was not involved. We have a lot of stuff going on at the city level that's been going on for years. We haven't been included. You wouldn't do that on the other side of town. That wouldn't dare to be happening. And for you to talk about putting a college over in an area where you're not educating our kids, I don't understand it. And it doesn't make any sense. So you guys need to do better than what you're doing.
Council Member, Council President Branda, I just wanted to mention, and by the way, thank Council Member Soria for her great involvement throughout this process, even though this is not her district. Great care has been taken to monitor conflict of interest, and I assure you that there was none there. And as it relates to the developer that was mentioned, one of the things that this project is grateful for is the donation of land to State Center Community College to make that project possible.
Good point. Anybody else from the community like to address us before we take a vote? All right. Chad? Yeah, screen is clear. I'm just going to make, none of my colleagues are punched up. What's that? Oh, yes, please.
Venice Curry, resident of West Fresno, 312 West Valencia, Fresno, California, 93706. I rise just because I would like to clarify just a few things that we've just recently heard. The community engagement piece actually started well before we actually had TCC dollars in mind. CNC, Communities for a New California Education Fund, was on the ground in West Fresno, surveying and doing neighborhood assessments to actually find out what neighbors and what families needed in West Fresno. The input that was derived from those surveys was very much a part not only of the Southwest Pacific Plan, but also the TCC projects. And so the end result, yes, was that not every member of the community was satisfied. However, the idea that community was not engaged is not an accurate statement. The surveys that were done by CNC started in 2013. This TCC funding came about many years later, and again, just reflected what the community had said they wanted. And that is well-paying jobs, amenities such as parks, more green space, recreation, and other amenities that would provide for the residents of Southwest Fresno what other residents in Fresno actually enjoy. And so this plan is not perfect, but no plan will be, but it does actually represent what people, neighborhoods actually need and what they actually want. Families are consistent about the importance of having green space, having places where they can work and live and breathe within their neighborhood, within walking distance. And so this plan does include transportation issues, it includes park space, it includes work and job opportunities, and it does meet some of the needs of the community, but not all. It is a start. As we've heard, there's widespread support, and although it doesn't please everyone, it is designed to transform an area that has not been invested in. That is West Fresno. That's the definition of West Fresno. So please understand that although we don't have widespread or 100% agreement, what we do know is that our West Fresno area deserves this opportunity, and we do expect that you will support it because if you've looked at it, it is a solid plan. And it is the building block for improving West Fresno so that all residents and all families have an equal and equitable place to live, to work, and to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. All right. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make some very brief remarks because I do believe this is a historic day in the city of Fresno, and it has been a long time coming. You know, I think that the staff and the mayor's office has done a good job in working with the community to make sure that there is, you know, great representation in terms of what the needs are and how we can really transform an area that has been neglected. So I'm just very proud of those folks that have been marching on and advocating for the investments that have been a long time coming for Southwest Fresno. Yeah, I don't represent the district, but I do believe that these types of investments are needed when we finally recognize that we've left neighborhoods behind, in particular Southwest Fresno, historically disinvested in. And we're finally trying to make up. And as was mentioned, this is only the first step. But I'm excited to be on the council in a time where the state recognizes that our city can't do it alone, that there are families and neighborhoods that are crying for help here in our community that want an opportunity to succeed. And the only way that they're going to succeed is if we invest in them. And the only way that our entire city will succeed is if we're being intentional about where our investments are going. I think this is an example of equity, a concept that I don't think that we talk too much about. I mentioned this in my last, in the day that I got sworn in this second time around. I think that it's important that this city recognize that we have to be equitable in our investments. And sometimes it's going to mean that we're going to put a little bit more money in Southwest Fresno and maybe not in District 1 or in District 5 or 7. And that happens, or 4. And that happens, but I think that it is because we're recognizing that we have to be intentional about how we're going to begin to transform areas of our city that for a long time have been historically neglected. So I'm proud today to not only second the motion, but provide my support, and I'm excited about the future of this area. I'm excited about the community college satellite office going there because although statistics were pointed out about not having the educational levels in that area, well, for me, it is about access. And if we're building a school there, people will go there. And I know that the folks from State Center Community College, Dr. Carol Goldsmith is committed to making sure that the programs that will go in that campus will really reflect what the needs of the neighborhoods there, so that we are training, not only educating, but also training the next generation of workers in our city of Fresno. So again, very delighted this afternoon to motion and support this investment.
Councilman Chavez.
Thank you, President Brandon. I want to thank the organization, especially the residents that really led this effort. And we know that this is going to be a community-led and community-sustained effort. There were a lot of hours, a lot of meetings that were put together. And I think at the end of the day, we got a process and a result that was equitable. I think we're going to have to do a lot more work on the city side to invest in that neighborhood. And I made a comment a couple of weeks ago that we know that there were certain parts of the city that were eligible for these resources, but there was consensus on this dais, this body, that Southwest had been essentially neglected for such a long time, that this really required a concentrated effort and investment in the community. And so I will be supportive today, but I do have to make a disclosure. I'm supportive of the whole package, but I do have to abstain on the EOC portion due to a potential conflict. Thank you.
Councilman Esparza.
Yes, I want to thank everybody who came out today, and all of you, who are in this room, and those of you who couldn't make it and maybe watching it at a later time or live somewhere else. Thank you for doing all the heavy lifting. We here as the council, we represent all the different parts of the city, the different voices and faces, but we cannot do this job alone. Ultimately, although we may lead the effort, or the community may lead the effort, nothing happens without the community, without those voices and involvement. And I'm extremely pleased to be supporting this action today. I think the winds are blowing a different direction in this city of Fresno nowadays, and this $66.5 million investment is just one windfall example of those winds blowing in the way of the community. So again, please support this motion today, and I think we'll be heading to a vote here soon.
Thank you, Councilman Esparza. Anybody else? All right. Then I'll just wrap up by making a couple of comments. I actually went to a couple of the outreach meetings. The first one we had right across the state, right across the street in the state building when we kind of formulated, and then a couple times at Westside Church of God. And it was when we were having all kinds of paper projects that we were supposed to vote on, put stickers on, and H told me my vote didn't count, so I don't know what that was all about. But I witnessed a lot, what I felt like I witnessed a lot of community involvement. And but Leroy brought up in his talk about our former mayor. I think we do need to thank Ashley Swearingen for being a part of this and her team at that time. Of course, the current administration carried on seamlessly when she left office. But in the same tone, I'd like to thank Oliver Baines as well for his commitment during the early stages of the process. And now Councilman Arias taking over seamlessly too. So I just wanted to appreciate those folks. And for Wilma, for all of your staff that keeps putting energy in and making sure that this part of our community is not overlooked. This is a great victory today. And so we have a clear screen, we have a motion and a second. We're going to vote electronically, although our computers are kind of goofing around with us today. We're going to try to vote electronically. All right, well, thank you everybody for coming out for that item. You're welcome to stay for other council items. Let's take a group picture. We're going to vote on, well, you do that, we're going to vote on CDBG. I think Miguel's fine. over here, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
Luis.
What you guys want to do? Yeah, mine was first. All right. We're going to get started with item 3A in general admin right now. It's actions pertaining to a substantial amendment, number 2018-01 to our annual action plan. It's concerning CDBG funding. And we begin with Darn.
Thank you, Council President. Kelly Furtado with the Development and Resource Management Department. Here before you today talking about the Housing and Community Development Commission and the substantial amendment number 2018-01. You have a pretty comprehensive staff report in your package, so I'm not going to get into a lot of the details, but there are two actions that staff is requesting from the council this afternoon, and that is one, to consider the substantial amendment for approval and submission to HUD, so that HUD can then approve the substantial amendment, and then also approving a CDBG agreement with FCTC Senior Limited Partnership. And that would be for acquisition of some affordable senior housing in Southeast Fresno and District 5. It is very important for me that we note from our meeting on February the 14th, when I was before this body talking about the public hearing, there were some requests to make changes to the substantial amendment. And so in your packet are those changes. They are reflected very clearly on Addendum A to the substantial amendment, and that did reflect written input that due to the public input received after the 30-day public process, the proposed parks projects are no longer reflected in that attachment or in this substantial amendment. And also in the staff report package, you will see written documentation of the commitment that $364,000.
Kelly, really quick. Can you just define what are no longer reflected mean for the community? What does that mean? The parks items.
On the attachment A, there is a red line through the document, or the parks projects, and they are no longer part of the total amount being reprogrammed. So they are fully funded in the existing action plan in which they were previously approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And as I was saying, the other change that's significant to mention is that the District 5 project on Orange Butler in California, about $360,000 of that project is being suspended until next year, and it has been included in the draft 2019-20 action plan, as I indicated would happen. Again, that's attachment A in your packet and the substantial amendment if you'd like to look at that. So if there's any other questions on the substantial amendment, I will be here to answer any of those questions. And I wanted to get into the second portion of the request from staff today. And as many of you are already aware, this ties in with our 5-year consolidated plan that is part of a lot of analysis and public input. We are in our last year of that 5-year plan currently. And of the 4 main strategies and priorities, that first one is about increasing development of affordable housing. So in December of 2018, staff began this reprogramming process, and we went through the HUD-required citizen participation process. During that 30-day public review period, there were no comments. However, at both the HCDC meeting on February 13th and at the council meeting on February 14th, there was significant public input, and again, that's what I just mentioned was reflected in the changes made in the substantial amendment. I want to just hit on a couple of topics regarding timeliness, and we talked about this again the last meeting that I was before this body, and the timeliness test is issued by HUD every May, and so we'll be coming up on that, and HUD basically measures the city's balance in our own line of credit and our own treasury account on May. So anything exceeding a certain percentage, which is a 1.5% ratio, is basically deducted from the next allocation that we get from HUD. That's why it's so essential to us that we meet our timeliness test. And if approved, the CDBG agreement in front of the council today for consideration, we understand that it would be able to move through the escrow process, and we would be able to close and draw those funds in time to meet our timeliness test. The agreement that I'd mentioned to the developer, the city did issue a NOFA back in 2017, and as the staff report details, this project was selected for other home funds. Much of the due diligence related to the project was completed at that time. That included an appraisal, that included a lot of the environmental assessment, CEQA and NEPA, and that's again all detailed in the staff report. Also today, for more detailed questions regarding this agreement, the developer is available in the audience today to answer some more specific questions if myself or the city attorney's office is unable to field your questions, but it is for $2,259,784.43, and it would go to FCTC Senior LP for the 180-unit affordable senior housing project at a 2% rate with a note maturity of 55 years. So that would be a loan with those terms. That's kind of wraps up my comments. So I will just conclude by, again, reminding the council that if you have any ideas of other projects that would be eligible for CDBG funding, I constantly encourage folks to work with the administration and make sure that they're aware of those projects so that staff has some time to evaluate them and include them in the draft annual action plan. That next one is coming up. It's going to be released to the public sometime at the end of March. So I would encourage anybody that has ideas to definitely meet with the administration and send those ideas along sooner rather than later. However, it's something that should be done throughout the year as the year goes on. So with that, I will go ahead and sit down and see if you have any questions.
Councilman Chavez.
Actually, Kelly, just a couple quick questions. First off, thank you for working with me on this alternative option. As you know, I wasn't very happy about the first version, as were none of my colleagues. But I just wanted to make sure that we enter that into the record, that, you know, the parks conversation, those are fully funded. We have that in the plan in writing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then also with regards to this, so this would be a loan, and what was the length of time for the loan?
It's up to not to exceed 55 years and 2%.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, my colleagues have seen the staff report. We've had a public conversation about this last council meeting. You know, one of my jobs was to remove that piece from it and make sure that, you know, folks in Southwest and the Parks Department had the resources that they needed to make this happen, and so I wanted to bring this forward for consideration for the council. We've got two huge priorities in our city, right? We've got parks, we've got housing. It's never an easy choice, but I think we've struck a balance here in what we need to do. So with that, I'd like to make the motion to
Second
approve.
your motion. Councilman Esparza.
Kelly, hi. While housing is certainly a very worthy cause, you mentioned 180 units. Do we know how many of those are affordable units?
So again, the developer's here to answer a lot of that. I believe that the majority of them are affordable units. Mr. Gonzalez, would you like to clarify?
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. Sal Gonzalez at 265 East River Park Circle, Fresno, California. 180, it's 100% affordable housing, Councilmember Esparza. Yeah, there's two manager units that's required, but that's generally considered 100% affordable housing. And it's the recipients will be between 30 and 60% AMI. They're roughly distributed heavier around the 50%, but that's kind of the distribution of all the units.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, with respect to the process, you described, you know, it sort of goes on throughout the year. But when it comes to this, right, this is the second time in my short tenure as a council member that I feel like the administration is shoving money down our throat for, you know, in a certain allocation, right? First was HEAP, and now we're here with CDBG. When was this first made public? You know, as far as, you know, deciding to use these reallocation of CDBG funds for this particular project. What was the timeline on that?
That was in December of 2018, whenever we released the public review documents.
Okay. So throughout the process, as people were, you know, input was provided. Did input lean this direction, or was this what the community will was?
So we are required by HUD to have a 30-day public review and comment period. We actually received 0 input during that 30 days. So it wasn't until the February 13th HCDC meeting and the February 14th meeting that we received public input on this, and the public input was primarily appreciative of the housing and the affordable housing need. However, it was not at the expense of parks, was the message. And so that input did lead to the changes that I've reviewed this afternoon.
Okay, and so how did this idea come to be? I mean, there's lots of worthy causes, I think, worthy of CDBG dollars. How did we arrive at this project?
At the affordable housing project?
Correct.
We have been working with this project for a couple of years. As I'd mentioned, there was a NOFA back in 2017, and we're working to award other dollars for this project. It was a very known project. It's been underwritten. Our staff's very familiar with the project. And I don't recall exactly how we were made aware that there was a need for land acquisition costs, but that was done towards the end of 2018. And because so much of the due diligence had been completed, we worked with the administration and we were able to put together a proposal to utilize the funds, because not only do we understand through the tax credit deal that the developer has some timeliness in May, but also the timeliness that I mentioned the city has in May, and it helps us also to reprogram funds that we can expend in a timely way.
Okay. Are there other viable alternatives for, I see, you mentioned the timeline, and there's a timeliness test that we have to pass. What are the alternatives, if any?
Right. So I am not aware of alternatives because, as I'd mentioned, this project had much of the due diligence already completed due to the previous work that we'd been doing. So anytime that we get large projects, it takes a bit of time to clear the environmental portion. Land acquisition is a much more timely project or proposal. It's not like we would be able to do a public works project or some other sort of infrastructure project in the timeliness, because, as I'd mentioned, the transaction has to be completed and reimbursed by the May timeliness test.
Okay, yeah. Because when I hear CDBG dollars, I think of it being pumped into the community, and not that affordable housing is not a worthy cause. But I felt like myself and maybe some other council members possibly felt like a lack of our presence in the process. I understand it's there from the community perspective, but from the perspective of a council member, again, it feels like another project where we got our backs against the wall. We have to take the money, use the money in a certain narrowly defined way without exploring real options. And so, the first thing that came to my mind when I heard we had CDBG dollars was, infrastructure, among many other causes, housing being another, parks being another. Is Scott here? I thought I saw him earlier. Here he is. Scott, do you mind answering a few questions on timeline stuff?
Good afternoon, Council.
Hey, thank you. So I think a few weeks back you came to, made your rounds with the offices, and you provided a couple different options on infrastructure projects, primarily sidewalks, and gave us some options. And you said, here you have this set of monies, and I think in the grand scheme of things, it was a very small amount. Was it 100,000 or 110,000?
About that amount, yes.
Okay, yeah, roughly that amount, which, got us, I'm not sure if it was half a mile of a main boulevard or maybe a couple blocks in the neighborhood. As you presented those options, are those projects that are ready to go in some respect? Because we had talked about a fairly quick timeline, just depending on the districts and the order that you did them in. And I assume you did the same with all the other council members as you circled around and said, hey, these are the options. This is the amount you have, a very small amount. And when I think of these CDBG dollars, I think of, we crack this up and the central and southern part of our city is really where we need to have that infrastructure investment. What would be the status if we directed money in that direction?
Just to provide a little bit of background, what we were discussing was gas tax funded 7-week concrete program and neighborhood selections. And as a department, we're able to move forward very quickly on that type of work because gas tax just allows us to basically, we have the money in the bank and we can go forth and spend on eligible projects. So we're positioned to really move quickly within 4 to 6 weeks time. We can be out there constructing. Those types of projects for sidewalks, my understanding of HUD and CDBG guidelines is it would not be eligible for repairs.
Replacement
only for new sidewalks, brand new. And similar street work could be full reconstruction. Our challenge with CDBG is really the timeline. Once council makes a decision with the annual action plan, As Kelly Furtado's laid out, we wind up with a number of months to obtain HUD approval, and then the bidding process typically with that really stretches things out. So again, I would defer to Ms. Furtado from the timeliness test. We do have some street work in this annual action plan a project. We have one in District 5, a pretty good sized neighborhood, Orange, Butler, California, to go forward. So there's a lot of need out there for street work, but from a timeliness perspective, that's why the plan is as proposed to the council.
So you have repair projects that might meet the timeliness test, but not replacement projects.
I'm sorry, that would meet the timeliness test. I'm sorry, Council, could you rephrase?
Yeah, so my question is, you're saying that from a repair perspective, if money were to be spent on repair, which these dollars cannot, that might meet the timeliness test, but you're saying as far as replacement, whether it's sidewalks or streets, that you could not get off the ground by May 1st.
That is correct.
Not even RFP and cutting a check? I mean, I have no delusions about, seeing this infrastructure installed in 2 months, but what about an RFP and disbursement of dollars?
My understanding, Council, is if it were a brand new project, something it would have to go through the annual action plan, notification process, and then HUD approvals would take a number of months and push that well into the summer.
So regardless of what we did, it required the HUD stamp?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Are you done, Councilmember Esparza? Okay. Did you punch in? Okay. Councilmember Arias.
Sorry. Thank you, Council President. And my council colleague, Caprioli, asked me to be brief, so I'm going to try and be brief, Council Member, in respect of your request. So let me first begin with this. I think one of the primary reasons we're here today, and there was so much tension in getting here this afternoon, is that staff, in my view, made a very inappropriate recommendation 6 weeks ago in December. And that was to pull money from parks that are deteriorating, are in the worst condition around our country, and move the money to a housing project that nobody was aware we were even considering in funding housing from these funds. I do appreciate Councilmember Chavez's leadership and recognizing that that was not in line with the values of this council and working with us to find an alternative. So I do want to say thank you for that, but it was a unnecessary scenario for us because a council committee had met with staff weeks before to share the same exact message, and yet we still find ourselves debating on whether we should pull funds from parks that we know are deteriorated and failing into a housing project that is equally important. So I want to talk about CDBG from this perspective. Kelly, can you just share with us in a short description what is the purpose of CDBG?
Good afternoon, Council Member. Jennifer Clark, Director of Development and Resource Management. So Community Development Block Grant has three main purposes. The first is primary benefit to low, moderate income individuals. The second is primary benefit to low to moderate income areas. And the third is what's called urgent need. And those are only applied in the case of federally declared emergencies. So there's two primary purposes. And then there are a myriad of eligible activities that fall under that require verification and other kinds of documentation. But those are the two primary purposes: low to moderate income individuals and low to moderate income neighborhoods.
Can you briefly describe to us where are those neighborhoods in the city of Fresno?
So it is determined through census. They're primarily south of Shaw, with the majority, I would say, south of Shields. It really kind of varies throughout the community. There are pockets throughout. HUD used to produce a map. Now they produce a census report, and it's annually updated with the American Community Survey as to the percentage of households. So at least 51% of the households in the neighborhood or in that census tract must be at or below 80% of median family income to be eligible.
Thank you. Member Arias, I just happen to have a map of my district, and all the dark blue is CDBG eligibility for these resources.
So it's fair to say that essentially the whole city, except for probably District 6, has CDBG neighborhoods in them?
Yes, it is.
So it's fair to say that we have a lot more needs than we have ability to address those needs.
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, walk me through the CDBG. What I heard in this last few weeks was it's hard to use the money in a timely basis for a couple of CDBG or HUD reasons. One primarily is projects have to be qualified under their description, which I think we're all clear about what their guidelines are. And two, when it comes to construction projects, we have to have more than one response to the bid. Is that correct?
Actually, for procurement in general, we have to have more than one responsive bid. There are some exceptions to that, but for procurement in general, there has to be more than one responsive bid.
So in this case, did we put out a bid for housing developers or housing projects that were in need of gap funding?
Yeah, so in 2017, it's actually in the staff report, I believe, on page 4. There's a description of our NOFA process. So we do put out a NOFA on an annual to every other year basis for affordable housing because it is a priority in the consolidated plan. And we said we would attempt to serve affordable housing projects, new or substantial redevelopment every other year within that plan. But we did put out a NOFA in February of 2017 for affordable housing. And again, you're correct. We always have more applications than we have dollars.
Thank you. Now, what's the risk in terms of if the council is approving this project today and HUD says it's not eligible, it doesn't meet their guidelines, what happens then?
So then we're back at the same timeliness issue, right? And so as if you hadn't approved it today, we would not be able to meet the timeliness test. Obviously, we would work diligently to ensure that we could draw as many dollars on completed projects as possible. But we have consulted with, we have a couple of consultants on staff, and so we've been working very closely with them to ensure that it is an eligible activity. It has been deemed eligible by the state through the tax credit process, and typically they're pretty similar, although the regs are not the same. And we do consult on a regular basis with our HUD office, and they have seen the substantial amendment draft and have not commented that they had concerns.
Now, I understand that we currently are setting aside about $500,000 of general fund dollars because we anticipate some potential payback for CDBG-related projects. But tell me about that.
From prior to 2012, we do have some outstanding what are monitoring findings from prior years that we are still in the process of working with HUD to resolve those issues and to determine what, if anything, the city would need to repay to its federal treasury. So what happens is if we determine that an activity or the HUD determines that an activity is eligible and they request repayment, the city would use non-federal funds and put it back into our treasury account to be used again. So that $500,000, if it was determined that we had to repay the federal treasury, would then be eligible for other activities to be used in the CDBG.
Thank you. The other concerns that I have about the CDBG process in general that the city utilizes is that it tends to identify project priorities internally, take it to a committee, which I know you're required to do. And the committee is typically made up of folks who, in my view, don't represent the diversity or the CDBG impacted areas of the city. I think it's time for us to revisit that. My preference would be that we eliminate the committee and start over with new appointees, that we train them on what CDBG guidelines are, that they actually get to know our neighborhoods, that they come from the neighborhoods in which CDBG areas are represented, and that this council more proactively takes an approach to identifying CDBG priorities. And I'll give you some examples. So we know that our facilities in the Parks Department are falling apart. I think it's fair to say that I'm having to scratch for pennies to have a restroom renovated in one of our existing parks. But yeah, this last year, we did a complete kitchen rehabilitation in the amount of $300,000 for the Marjorie Mason Center. A worthy cause, but not a city facility. We did a fire upgrade at the cost of $120,000 for West Care. A worthy cause, but not a city facility. We replaced the air conditioning system in the Poverello House. I have a community center that has no air conditioning system. We're doing water cooling system. It's those kind of decision points that I'm sure went through the process of this committee and went through ultimately the approval of this council that keep me up at night because they're not reflective of the urgent needs that we have. And so I find it very difficult that if we can find a way to renovate somebody else's property with our funds, then why can't we renovate our own properties with those same funds, especially given that we know we have far more needs. And additionally, I think that this council is going to want to make sure that there's equity in how we're distributing those funds so that we're not caught having to pick between one project or another, but that there's been a thoughtful and a thorough discussion amongst people who have a stake in it. And so from my perspective, I have a hard time, getting to a yes on this proposal. Part of me would like to say no and let the state, take the money back and let the feds charge us back for the money that we didn't draw down. But I know that that only puts us farther back the following year, the next year. But I hope staff understands that we're not going to sit back. Let staff determine the next 5 years of CDBG priorities. Let staff identify the projects. Let staff come to us after we approve projects and tell us that we have to reprogram them because they couldn't get the construction bids done. They couldn't meet the guidelines of the state. That's not going to work for us. So from my perspective, this is my one chance and one confidence in staff. I will give the green light on this, but if it happens again, I'm more than willing to give the money back to the federal and state government because we can't continue this cycle of us feeling like our backs are against the wall and having to make these decisions when we're not the professional staff. We should not be held responsible for reading every regulation, for scoring the projects. We should have full confidence the staff is doing that and that these committees are formed in a way that they're actively participating. So with that, I'll leave it up to my colleagues for additional questions. But just know that I'm not going to be this open the next time around we have this conversation. And I know you guys are going to start developing a new plan in March. And I hope you can't bring the plan 99% written and expect this council to just approve it.
And can I piggyback just for a minute and take an opportunity to say we're about to start the next 5-year planning cycle. This next year is really critical, so we absolutely want all of your input to make sure that we are getting and engaging as much as the public as possible and much of our neighborhoods to ensure that our priorities are right for the next 5 years, that we can move forward and do the projects that make the most difference in our neighborhoods. So I appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you, Council President. Just going to make a couple comments, but I did want to ask a question because I think that I want to at least an answer for the record. And I don't know if this is to Kelly or to Jennifer, but the last time that we were here, it was presented or at least represented to us, and as far as I understood was that we couldn't get these parks projects completed in a timely fashion. And that's what you guys represented to me. Therefore, we needed to put the money into this other project. What has changed in the 2-week period or in the week period? Because was it just because this council was very upset? Because the representation to me seems like it was inaccurate at the time that it was made.
So I'm not aware that these projects will be completed before May 1st, so that has not changed. We have just not touched the funding allocation because of the community input that we received, yes.
So we still don't know if we will meet the timeliness test. So today, this council needs to be aware that, so that's what I want to be clear. Do we meet the timeliness test if we leave these projects, these parks projects as funded, or do we not?
So we are just not using the parks projects to meet our timeliness test. There's those parks projects plus the District 5 projects, neither of those were going to be hitting by May 1st. So we just simply switched them out.
Okay.
So the activity is still not going to be occurring, to the best of my knowledge, that the parks projects are not
Council,
going to be
sorry if
moving
I
forward.
may. I think, Jim, you want to take the mic because we had this very, very frank and clear conversation. And again, for the record, we were told that these parks projects in the district would be able to be completed in a timely manner.
What I recall from our meeting and what the Trey memo reflects that we sent you folks was that 2 of the projects we've changed the way we're going to do it. We're working some items in parallel. Those are the tot lot projects. However, we had also discussed modifying the project at JSK to do soccer fields instead. And I was very clear that the splash pad was a multi-year project.
Correct. You're absolutely right. And just so the public's understanding, Fink White, the splash park, it's approximately about an $800,000 project.
Possibly 900, yeah.
Possibly 900, possibly $1 million. So the plan was always to fund it over multiple years.
Correct.
So the 300,000 would remain now, and then the next years we would secure the rest of the funding.
Yeah, we need to get through the design activity first.
Thank you.
No, I still have a couple more kind of questions and comments. So, okay, so I'm glad that that's clear because I felt like in the last few meetings when we've had these conversations, it was represented, at least in my perspective, that we needed to do this now, otherwise we would have lost the money. But I guess you guys got creative and figured out a way to get it done. And so I'm glad that Councilmember Chavez was able to work with you guys to figure that out. The only thing that I am concerned is that one of the reasons that we are here today, and I think I mentioned this last time, was because, and I supported this project, like I mentioned the previous time, when it first came before this council, under the assumption that it was going to get home funds and a Section 108 loan. That's how it was going to get originally funded. Today, we're here because the Section 108 loan wasn't applied for. And I don't know what the issue really is it staffing? And what do we need to do to make sure that you have the capacity to get that done, or to have the department get that done? And what are we going to do moving forward so that we don't get a proposal up here next year with the same, because housing is a huge issue, with the same, dilemma that we have a proposal that promises home funds, and then the other part would be Section 108. And yet, have we addressed the staffing issue? And then as it relates to these other projects that also need to get done. I don't know if you can speak to that, Kelly.
So I'm at a loss a little bit to how to answer the Section 108, because I heard about a Section 108 being a possibility probably in November or December for the first time of 2018. And after consulting, I've never done a Section 108, and nobody on our staff has done a Section 108. The last one was a decade ago or more. And at the time that I heard about it, HUD was shut down. So I had heard you went to our consultants, and the fastest anybody had ever heard of getting a Section 108 done and completed with HUD consultation was about 8 months. So whenever I heard about this in either November or December, it seemed very unfeasible to me. infeasible to me. So that's the best I can do as far as responding to your Section 108 question. Regarding the staff capacity, as this body knows, in October, we brought in 2 major consulting firms. We've really bulked up our capacity. We've hired and trained up a new senior management analyst, and just a couple of weeks ago, we kind of stole somebody from a different department that has some great expertise in auditing and financial management, and so I feel very confident about the staffing level of this team.
So you feel pretty confident that in next year around this same time when we're going to be dealing with another timeliness deadline, we're going to be okay given the types of projects that we still have in the pipeline?
I do, and I am very encouraged to hear the conversations from the dais about talking about the projects and the readiness, and earlier this morning about having, maybe some big projects versus a bunch of little ones. Very encouraged by all of that, and I am also really optimistic that if this CDBG agreement were to be approved today, that we will have met and gone below our timeliness test for the first time in a couple of years. So I'm very confident for this year. I feel like we've made a lot of progress and made up a lot of ground, and this will kind of be the year that we'll be able to stabilize.
Right, thank you.
Are you also concerned about the execution of the project? Is that
No,
what you're
I'm
asking?
just saying, well, I think, next year, again, around this time, we're going to be I just want to make sure that we're not going to be in the situation where we are having to feel like we're at a crunch to meet that timeliness deadline. That's all I'm saying in terms of the capacity.
Okay. Yeah, so the
which is what
capacity in executing is also important. We're trying to address that as well. I think I met with many of you and explained what we're doing there, at least on the parks projects.
Okay. And so I appreciate, the answers to the questions and, just so that the public is fully aware of what is happening. I represent an area that also has a lot of CDBG areas, and there's a lot of needs. And, I expressed my frustration then, and I'm still a little frustrated because I have areas that still don't have sidewalks and still have missing infrastructure. Highway City, I know that Scott, you and your staff has been working diligently over the last 4 years with me to try to get that neighborhood just plain sidewalks, because when it rains, it gets really flooded and kids are walking through the water and the mud or in the middle of the road, which is really unsafe. Those are the types of things that I feel we should be prioritizing. And so while I am a strong, probably out of this body, I've been probably one of the most outspoken about affordable housing and the need to do that. And I understand that when we're talking about affordable housing, our community and our city needs to have a little bit more skin in the game. In order to be competitive for these other additional matching funds. So I get that. But it does, we are in a tough position where we feel, and, maybe next year, because of kind of the switch that you guys did, any projects that I would want get skipped like another year. And so that's the kind of the little frustration that I feel, because I'm still looking at Highway City as my top priority in doing the east side, which is much more expensive, in the millions of dollars, not just like 1 or 2, in the millions. And so I'm feeling like, yes, I'm going to support some affordable housing for our seniors here in our community, which is needed, but I'm continuing to delay on the neighborhoods that have been so patient in the west area and the Highway City, where they still don't have the basic infrastructure. So I'm in a tough position because both things are good things for our community, but my neighborhoods are hurting just with basic infrastructure. And so I just want you guys to know that that's still a priority of mine, and that as you guys are looking at, the 5-year plan, I want Highway City to be prioritized. It's a big endeavor. We have, tried to start off on the west side of the street, but the east side has some major improvements that are needed. That is basic infrastructure that many of our other neighborhoods already have. So with that, I just, wanted to kind of vent a little because I think it's been, a little bit of a tough process. And I'm glad that we're being now forthcoming to not only, to this council, but I think to the community, because everyone was owed an explanation of what was happening in terms of the timing issue and the types of projects that may be delayed as a result of kind of reappropriating these dollars. Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to go out to the public. I've got about 6 cards, so we're going to work through the cards, and then others will have a chance as well. Jacqueline Williams. And after Jacqueline is Jackie Holmes. And after Jackie is Jean Richards. Or, excuse me, Jean, that's a different item. Michael and Lewis after Jackie.
Good afternoon, Council President, to council members. Jacqueline Williams, I'm a resident of District 5. However, I am here to mirror some of the comments that I've heard the council members make, which speak to the process. I've been an affordable housing specialist for over 13 years in this community. I was with the Fresno Housing Authorities for 12 of those years. So I'm well knowledgeable about the needs of housing in our community. I'm also well aware of the need for some of those applicants that apply for CDBG funds. Every year, we have the same issue. It's part of the process. It's not anyone's fault. The process is that we usually have more needs in dollars being presented than we have dollars to spend. That's the reality. But when we talk about the timeline, I understand that as well, because I've administered or operated and oversaw, managed, what we want to choose, projects that have been funded by CDBG. So I know both sides. I've written some of those applications. I've been before 3 different HCD committees before. That's how long I've been doing this. So while I amend everyone's input, I commend everyone's input, particularly those who are new to the process. It is not an easy, if I could say, it's not a quick learn. It happens over time. However, those applicants that applied for the last funding cycle, they've already been vetted. So if we were up against a timeline, my question would be, wouldn't it have been a shorter time period for the committee to go back and look at the applicants that have already been vetted? Because if you get the funds and you are fulfilling your project requirements, the city has always had the ability to make adjustments along the way. There's a process for that. So the question I present is, why couldn't we have cut the time in half and gone with those projects that have already been vetted by a committee and by the council? Thank you.
Thank you.
Or should I stand and wait for an answer?
Oh, yeah, we don't have to answer, but if somebody wants to, they can.
That would be a response for staff.
Thank you.
They made the recommendation.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Now, Jackie Holmes.
Good afternoon, council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I must respond to Council Member Soria and say I'm not patient. At this point, this is a small example. I must say that El Dorado Park has done a lot. Residents have participated in maintaining the community, upgrading it. Our councilman has been active. We're gentrifying. We're doing good. The property values are going up. However, not 2 weeks ago, I met with Councilman Member Campriolio, staff, the Parks, Director of Parks, Parvin Mellams, and Jennifer White? No, I'm sorry. And what came down is this drinking fountain on a piece of property where there's the Kaboom playground and probably the smallest and certainly not in any kind of good condition Boys and Girls Club mobile home. It is, it's just unconscionable to me that we can't fix a drinking fountain that none of the people there would want to drink out of. It's fixed over and over again, in fact, and the city does respond and come and fix it. And it breaks again and again. It floods every time it rains. It's mechanically old. It's broken down. It's ghetto. And we offered, the Community Development Corporation of El Dorado Park offered $2,000 towards putting in a new drinking fountain. I have to say I have not been involved in the political process for the CDBG grant money, but I certainly would like to be for next year.
Jackie, thank you for being here. And basically, colleagues, what she's saying is that we had that meeting at Wesley Church, which is a great partner with us in that very, very CDBG eligible area. And we've been asking for a double wide, a newer version, not even a brand new one. Just give us a newer version so our boys and girls in that neighborhood would have a good, safe place to engage in activities through the Boys and Girls Club as well as the church. And the drinking fountain, I think, was $3,500 to $4,000. And you, as you just indicated, were willing to pay half. And do you remember the response we got?
Yes. Parvin said he would meet with me to talk further about that. But the response was, there's not enough money. There's not enough money. Good, clean water next to a playground should not be optional, especially when the community is offering to match the funds.
And did we discuss the wood chips in the tot lot there as well?
We did. The church is working.
Let me say this. The bottom line was that we got no help. And we definitely need help there. So I think Jennifer asked for someone or something to be listed on the next round of talks. Here we go, among others. And as I pointed out to my colleagues, District 4, if you like blue, that's our color. And blue is the CDBG color of eligibility. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time to share.
You're welcome. And I want to thank staff also for showing up out there and doing what they were able to do.
Thank you. Michelle Lynn, I believe, or Michael Lynn Lewis. I might have that wrong.
Councilmember, it happens to the best of them. People don't pronounce my name correctly half the time. So my name is pronounced Michaelin Lewis, and I reside at 2519 South Lotus Avenue in 93706. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Chavez for looking at the whole project and making sure that we don't get shortchanged from this whole thing. Secondly, I'd like to thank Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Soria for talking up on our behalf. I want you to look at the benefit of what it would be like to have these parks put into shape and improved. On a hot summer day, a parent can take their child out, especially with the splash park, and they can relieve a lot of tension, but not being cooped up in a lot of, most of these people live in multifamily projects and homes. They don't have backyards or front yards to play in. The second thing is when you've got a parent who is exactly just really happy about the fact that their child has a place that they can go and play in. For the most part, if an unsavory character shows up, they're going to be the ones who gets rid of them. So I'm just going to ask you all at this point in time to do the right thing and get our parks up and available as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda Randalls, and after Yolanda, Maxie Parks.
Hi, good afternoon. Yolanda Randos. I'm the director of the West Fresno Family Resource Center. And this is Maxie Parks. Here's our board chair, and the Maxie Parks Center is actually named after him. And so we actually operate the Maxie Parks Community Center. And so initially we were coming here really to advocate support from the Community Block Grant Funds, because our facility, as beautiful as it is, with an NBA-sized basketball court, industrial kitchen, rec room, meeting space, we have great community events there, such as our back-to-school community events, which we have over 1,000 community members there. We have a safe night out. Kids play basketball there every day. Edison High School used the facility as for basketball practice. We have AAU teams there, over the summer. But one thing that's really, really missing in this facility is air conditioning. It's like we do not have air in this facility. And so today we were here to advocate for air. We have already experienced adults and youth passing out. We all know the summer heat in Fresno, where it's over triple digits, I don't know how many days over the summer, but, it's becoming a health hazard. And so with these types of funds that are available, again, we just want to advocate, and if there is an opportunity, we need air. We need an HVAC system in that building.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the end of the number of cards that were turned in. I'd like to ask if anybody else would like to speak on this issue, they could come forward.
I'd also like to point out that the Maxie Center is actually, I think, the backup crisis center for the city of Fresno in case anything ever happens to this building with the rail line behind us. So FYI, all of you would be working in a place with, 3-degree temperature and no air.
My name is Brunette Harris, and I'm with the Heath of Southwest Fresno Community. And I'm in agreement that if these block grant dollars were meant for our parks, that's where it should go. It shouldn't be diverted. If that's where it was, I say, if you made your pitch to HUD, that's what you want to do with them. That's what you're supposed to do with them. Because if you don't, we're going to get in contact with HUD anyway. But the point is, those funds they shouldn't have never, ever built that multi-million-dollar facility, Maxie Park, without putting central air and heating on it. What I don't understand is, how did it get a cooler on the top of that building? So that's something that should be taken care of immediately. It should have been taken care of. They shouldn't have to come this late after that multi-building has been built to ask for central air and heating. You got it everywhere else. Why is it we don't have it in West Fresno? So those dollars being diverted, they're not supposed to be diverted. If it's earmarked for that, that's what it's supposed to be.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Darden, Chair for Golden Westside Planning Committee, also a member of BayPAC. And I'm just standing up here in regards to this. I was here at the last meeting stating the importance of when you get these CDBG dollars and you have a list of projects, that's where that money should go. Our parks are being saved, and I appreciate that. But when you talk about housing, yes, there is a dire need of housing. Now, when you talk about affordable housing, we need to see what your dollars are when you talk about affordable housing. Because when you talk about low income, you can't exceed $35,000. Now, you have people who are considered middle class, that's $50,000 and above $35,000, but they still can afford the housing in Fresno. My issue with this is, even as you talk with the young ladies here on this project that came up and said that they didn't hear any feedback, we didn't hear anything about these dollars. We didn't know how much was being allocated, nor did we have a list of the projects. It wasn't until recently we found out this information. My concern is, first of all, when you talk about the housing of the land that you're acquiring, that land is already purchased by the same person who you're planning on allocating these dollars to. That housing project is in Clovis. It's not in the city of Fresno. You have a councilman here that showed a map of blue along with the rest of you, but yet is being built in Clovis, not understanding that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the person that owns that land owns a big chunk of North Fresno. They are in charge of that Maya Cinema. They are in charge of all those apartment complexes that's built out north. And they're the only developer who is allowed to build on Fresno State campus. That's an issue. And if you purchasing this from that same individual, that's called double dipping. I would say I commend Arias for talking to this group here, along with the rest of you, that you need to be a part of where this money is going. You also need to be a part of the list of projects. Is it fair to take the rest of these projects and say we push them to the back burner so that we can give someone who's already a multi-millionaire 5 or 6 times over this little piece of money? Something's wrong with the way that we're making decisions. I suggest that you take that real strong, because it's not fair, and once again, it's double dipping, and you're just giving someone the funds who already have it. What happens to the rest of these projects? Even if there's somebody, from my understanding, that's funding the lighting of the schools, those schools have other problems. Why not take that money and put it on other things at their school? Why pull it from them altogether? You continue to push them back further, and as the new project getting ready to come about, we mentioned that earlier. Why not put that housing on the new allotment for the CDBG funds to come out? Why take it from here now? You will continue to push back projects that are not being utilized that are still on that list. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else like to address this item? All right, we're going to come back to council. Councilman Arias.
Yes, Council, for your consideration, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the approval of this item, that the council would establish a CDBG subcommittee to work with staff on developing the next 5-year CDBG plan, so that we are clearly part of it. And I'm sure there's some folks who are interested. I think we should have people from the north part of the city have CDBG neighborhoods, as well as the south part of the city. And I'll be happy to chair the committee if that's the council's wish.
Yeah, I'll take the friendly amendment.
They're agreeing to the amendment.
I'm only agreeing to the friendly amendment. You guys could be on the subcommittee.
Okay. Thank you.
No, not you. That side
Well, he
of the
said
dais.
the north. We have CDB. All
The
right.
better looking right side.
Okay. As the second of the motion, I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Call for the question.
All right. We have a clear screen. We've heard from the community, and it seems like we have some things to address moving forward. Hopefully, the subcommittee will be helpful.
We're talking, I turn your yellow card, but I need to get to a voice. We're talking about Measure P, right?
No.
Nope, oh, no.
No, not at all.
Oh, yeah. I turned
Thank
the voice,
you.
but I didn't get a voice.
We'll call you back up in a minute with unscheduled. All right, we have a clear screen. Let's vote electronically. Is it working, Brianna? There we go. Passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you. Now we're going to go to item 3B, approve city participation in joint exercise of powers agreement to become a member of the Temperance Flat Reservoir Authority and authorize up to $250,000 in proportionate costs for 3 years.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mike Carbajal, Public Utilities. This is a carryover from our last meeting. I went ahead and put together a short presentation just to recap what's going on with the project. We'll go back and revisit some of the policy considerations for water supply investment, Quick summary of Temperance Flat Reservoir project, status of the ongoing development of that project, and talk about the next steps. So as we talk about policy considerations for water supply investment, I think it's important to recognize that the existing surface water supplies that we have are the result of the actions of city leaders back in the 1960s and 1970s. Today, it's a different time. We're dealing with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act that requires utilization of surface water to increase groundwater levels. And now is the time to develop additional long-term permanent water supply resources to meet future demands now and well into the future. So our current water supply entitlements include about 130,000 acre feet of water out of the Kings River, and that's through a contract with the Fresno Irrigation District. We do not have Kings River rights. We have a contract with the Fresno Irrigation District. We are a Class 1 CBP contractor, so on the San Joaquin River, we can access up to 60,000 acre feet of water a year. Together, those surface water entitlements total about 190,000 acre feet a year. In terms of total water demands, right now we're somewhere around 120, 130,000 acre feet. Our customers have done a great job over the past number of years in reducing their water demand. At some point, we'll reach a point where it'll kind of stabilize and we'll see demands increase as the city grows. Current surface water available in our service area, considering that 190,000 acre feet a year, taking the difference with the 120,000 acre feet of demand, we have a surplus of about 70,000 acre feet. I think what's important to point out, though, and the big takeaway here is that 190,000 acre feet of surface water supplies, that's accessible in a year like this where we have about 150% of average snowpack. You go back to 2015, that 190,000 acre feet was actually closer to 45,000 acre feet. So you cannot rely on that water year in, year out. Looking at our water supply demand projections, current estimated Sphere of Infants population is about 545,000. That's the 120,000 acre feet demand that we're seeing right now. If you project that out to 2035, population of 771,000, we see our demands rise to about 193,000 acre feet. And if you hold the sphere of influence boundary the same, which things will change over time, population grows to about 1 million, and we are projecting a water demand of about 243,000 acre feet a year. So the long-term water supply gap, 243,000. I talked about how our surface water supplies are not available every single year. Therefore, we will rely on groundwater during those times. We have to put water back in the ground. We're going to understand more about that as Sigma develops during the next year. 190,000 acre feet that we currently have, and we are looking at a deficit of about 77,000 acre feet. This is based upon build-out conditions, some additional considerations that this is a very low growth rate, less than 2% a year. Unknown impacts with high-speed rail. Sigma is still developing. We'll know a lot more about that this year. And it's hard to project what sort of economic development efforts we're going to see going forward. And so it's likely that this is just an estimate, and it would not be unreasonable to see a deficit going forward in the future of about 100,000 acre feet a year. So what sort of water supply investments do we have? Just looking here locally, we have Temperance Flat, which we're talking about here today. We've got the Big Dry Creek Reservoir, City of Fresno, City of Clovis, the Flood Control District, FID, County of Fresno are all participating in an effort to look at the ability to reoperate that facility as a water supply storage facility. Currently, it's a flood control facility. Direct potable reuse. Earlier item today, we talked about developing a comprehensive water reuse master plan, and through that effort, I think we should consider toilet to tap type projects. Other agencies are already investing in those, such as San Diego. They're making a large investment at this time in direct potable reuse projects. We also need to consider whether it makes sense to purchase surface water supply rights from other agencies. And I'm looking forward to sitting down very soon with the Fresno Irrigation District and talking about what sort of additional water supplies would be available on top of our conveyance agreement. And then always and continuously considering other options. This is a conversation we have to continuously have. So looking now at Temperance Flat, this is a compacted, or proposed as a compacted concrete dam, River Mile 274, upstream of the existing Friant Dam. It'd have a capacity of about 1.25 million acre feet. Project is in today's cost, about a $2.8 billion project, so a very expensive capital cost to build this type of infrastructure. In terms of schedule, Bureau of Reclamation is finalizing their feasibility study and their environmental impact statement and report. We are currently refining the operations plan and participation plans. Those are some of the ongoing efforts. We'll take a look at some of those efforts underway in a later slide. And estimated construction 2024 to 2033. That's a pretty optimistic schedule. I think there's going to be some very significant challenges in moving this project forward, in that there haven't been very many dams built in California. There's going to be environmental challenges. There will be litigation. And so we know that this project, that schedule is probably optimistic, which means that the $2.8 billion cost will probably rise, but that's something we need to consider. So taking a look at the preliminary operational concept for the Temperance Flat Reservoir, the project would capture and store some new inflow that currently spills at Friant Dam. The real benefit, though, is being able to transfer water into the new storage reservoir. And this is important for the city in that we would have the ability to store some of our CVP or our Kings River water in a new Temperance Flat Reservoir to increase the reliability of our surface water supplies from year to year. So in a year like this, where we are looking at a 150% average snowpack, we'd be able to move some of that water into that reservoir. We hold it over. That guarantees we have more reliable supplies during future years of drought. Similarly, West Side contractors would transfer their water in, but they would also have to transfer their water out via the San Joaquin River. We're lacking some east-west infrastructure, so they've got to conduct some paper transfers in order to move that water around. Other accounts include environmental and recreational water supplies. That depends on some of the funding sources that we would utilize for this project. So in terms of participation in the project, there have been two primary groups working on Temperance Flat. There's the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority, that they took the lead in preparing the Prop 1 Water Storage Investment Program application. They had a goal of receiving up to $1 billion in state funding. After submitting the Prop 1 application, the project was determined eligible to receive about $171 million from the state. The other group that the city is a participant in is the Friant Water Authority Temperance Flat MOU Steering Committee. Didn't want to type that out, just says Steering Committee up there in the box on the right-hand side. This group is participating in the feasibility assessment with the United States Bureau of Reclamation to support potential funding, federal funding allocations. Looking forward, the participants in this group recognize the need to create a successor agency that will eventually develop, design, finance, construct, manage, and eventually operate the project if it continues to move that direction. The new agency will be the Temperance Flat Authority. Current water agencies that are considering joining the Temperance Flat Authority include the Friant Water Authority, the San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors, the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority, as well as the Westlands Water District. So the next steps for the project is to finalize the determination of benefits resulting from the project and assign cost values to each benefit. You can see that there are a lot of benefits resulting from the project. Not all benefits have equal value. We also need to finalize reservoir operations based upon individual supply and demand profiles. This is being determined by ongoing modeling efforts through the steering committee. With that, we can identify potential operational plan risks, or often referred to as the law of unintended consequences. This means that while we are identifying the benefits of the project, we also have to consider those potential detriments that the project may cause, to develop mitigation measures, costs, and costs to address those risks. And then finally, we've got to finalize commitments from participants and agreeing on an operations plan. So the item that we're considering today is a request to join the Temperance Flat Authority. This is consistent with back in April 27th, 2017, the resolution that was sponsored by Councilmember Brandel as well as Councilmember Bredefield, a resolution in support of the Temperance Flat Dam and the storage project. And again, on November 2nd, 2017, we approved a MOU regarding the coordination, cooperation, cost sharing on pre-construction activities related to Temperance Flat Reservoir. We also authorized expenditures up to $500,000 at that time. To date, ran a report, we looked at that, we spent about $450,000 so far on those efforts. Again, in June 28, 2018, we approved an amended MOU, and in July 26, 2018, as we were moving towards this new agency, the council did approve participation in a memorandum of agreement regarding the coordination and the establishment of the implementing agency. So the effort to move towards this agency, so there was an interim MOA that the City of Fresno did participate in. With approval to join the Temperance Flat Authority, JPA, the city will need to contribute about $15,000 for its proportional share for the initial 6 months operation. We will provide an update to council after the Temperance Flat Authority starts up and the bylaws are adopted and future financial commitments are identified. Once those future financial commitments are known, we will come back to council and we will ask for approval at that time going for those for additional costs to continue and stay involved. So I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, Mike, I'm going to ask a question and then go to my colleagues here. Can we pull up that slide with the 3 different authorities surrounding Temperance Flat? Yeah. Okay. The one in the middle is the one we're talking about today,
yes.
Right? Okay. And it's in its creation stage, right? It's just now being created.
Right. So we've got 2. Last time I checked, we had 2 of the agencies listed there that had signed on to the agency.
Okay. 2 weeks ago when we talked about this, there was questions about whether the county of Fresno is going to be in it. And I did some research behind the scenes or after that meeting. And the county of Fresno is still committed to addressing the Temperance Flat project, but they're doing it from another platform. Is that correct?
Yes. They've been involved, and you can see, the county of Fresno is there on the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority, so they still maintain that seat. They participated in the Prop 1 application. I don't see them right now as signatory. I think they are going to consider that at some point in the future to be an actual member of Temperance Flat Reservoir Authority, but I can't speak as to actually when they may take that next step.
Okay. Is this map showing that the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority is going to morph into the Temperance Flat Reservoir Authority?
No, the
still
Temperance
remain
Flat
separate
is a
entities.
it's separate agency.
So,
yeah.
Thank you. And so my understanding is that the county is going to still reside inside of that authority. And the questions 2 weeks ago were, why are we doing this if the county's not doing it? I got some understanding. The county's still going to be operating, but this is a different platform that the city of Fresno is going to be a part
Right.
of.
I mean, we're a separate agency. We need to make a decision whether we are going to sit on the sidelines and watch, or we are going to sit at the table and try to further the project. I know there's going to be questions asked about whether there's financial parity across the agencies in trying to move this project forward. If all the agencies choose to sit on the sidelines, we don't have a project. Okay. And so I will commit to that those agencies that do move forward, and this is something we can take into the new agency, those agencies that participate today, that bear the financial cost of trying to move this project forward and the project becomes viable, that those costs, those early contributions get recognized as others come to the table later.
Okay. And then finally, you're asking for permission of up to $250,000. Where does that money
No, we're not.
come?
So we did ask for that, went back, taking a more conservative approach and saying, this is a brand new agency. Let's enter into the agency. It's a $15,000 contribution over the next 6 months. Once those bylaws are adopted, once we know what those financial commitments are going to be, we bring that back here to the council.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve. All right. Councilman Arias, I think you punched in. Nelson, you're next.
So just so we're clear, Councilmember Brandel, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, we are currently members of the Blue Team. We spend about $500,000 participating in that process. to date?
Well, between the steering committee and the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority.
And the primary purpose of that was to explore the viability and to apply for Prop 1 money.
Correct.
Which we didn't receive.
Well, we received, the project is eligible for $171 million.
But the total cost of the project is above $2 billion, correct?
Probably closer to 3.
Okay. So you're asking us now, the initial request 2 weeks ago was to spend up to $250,000 of ratepayer dollars to explore participating in this green team in the middle, right?
Correct.
In this case...
Over a period of years.
Correct.
It was not,
in this case, of all those people listed in the middle column, who actually has paid their 15,000 share? Signed in...
Well, 2 have signed on, so those 2 are now required to commit their 15,000.
Who has, specifically? Thank you, Mr. Carbajal.
I don't have a copy of the actual...
That's fine.
The actual JPA document.
It's fair to say that 2 of
But there are 2, yeah. Okay. So I don't know which 2 actually have it.
And so my concerns 2 weeks ago, Council President, was that the County of Fresno, which primarily handles land use policy and oversees our strategy and responsibility over agricultural lands, the vast majority of water in the valley is used for agricultural purposes. If we're going to ask our ratepayers to pony up to an additional $250,000 beyond the $500,000 we already spent for this kind of initiative, I felt that the County Board of Supervisors had a responsibility to do the same because they represent the same amount of residents that we do. They're clearly ag-focused as a governing body. And they have been some of the primary proponents of Temperance Flat. Yeah. So that was my concern. It's not that anybody can be a member, a $15,000 paying member, but if you're asking us to pay $250,000, the county has a responsibility to match us.
And
now,
today we're not asking for $250,000.
Thank you for that. Thank you for adjusting your request.
Yeah, and I think another way to look at it is the city of Fresno is a CVP contractor, meaning we have the ability to pull water up to 60,000 acre feet off to San Joaquin. And, I think that alone by itself means we should take a look at projects like this because it helps to improve the reliability of those supplies. In 2014, 2015, unprecedented, we saw 0 allocation on the San Joaquin River.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And actually, we had the opportunity to meet with some water experts the last couple of days, and they too advise that being a member of this process, it's a good and responsible approach. Of course, the $250,000 that was originally requested was far beyond just being a member. My second concern is we have to be very thoughtful. We already spent $500,000, pursuing this idea. At the same time, staff is preparing to recommend that we increase water rates, the same fund that pays for these kind of exploratory initiatives. So before we ask us to invest nearly $1 million in exploring an idea like Temperance Flat, I do feel like this kind of presentation is what we needed to have early on versus just simply an agreement on a consent item that, we don't really fully understand the full context of. So with that, I'm appreciative of that, and I am supportive of the $15,000 to go forward to be a member and be at the table. But I still want to see the County of Fresno and the Board of Supervisors be actively involved because at the end of the day, the biggest benefactor of a Temperance Flat project would be agriculture. And as you know, Council, in the current tax sharing agreement, this city doesn't get the majority of the tax sharing revenue that we produce. It's the County of Fresno. So as we're making huge investments in like the reverse triangle, giving subsidies over a 30-year period, we're not reaping those tax benefits back. It's really the county who's doing it. And I know we've been working on renegotiating that joint tax sharing agreement, but I think it's time for us to have an honest conversation with our counterparts who sometimes describe us as Seinfeld, and have an honest conversation about how we plan to proceed in the future, because clearly our 2 futures are tied to one another.
Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, I think we fleshed out most of what I had planned to ask. I mean, I thought the original amount was $250,000, and I thought it was a very bad time for us to be considering that when we're heading toward the Prop 218 process. And the amount bothered me because it comes at the expense of ratepayers, and I think that be better used in the affordability program, the reformed affordability program that you are proposing. But $15,000, I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
But how many ratepayers in the city?
How many ratepayers?
Yeah.
We serve, roughly 135,000 accounts, population of over 500,000 customers, really.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's a negligible amount once you divide it, so.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria.
Great. And thank you, Mike, for that presentation. I think that was a good thing to have to get the broader picture of what we're trying to engage in or continue to be engaged in. The issue of water obviously is critical to us as an agency. But I also agree, kind of with the remarks that were just made by Councilmember Arias. I think that it is important that we ask our other folks that, the county agency to see how we can partner up together because they are also great beneficiaries. One of the things that I would propose also is that we spend some time with some of our state folks because I don't know necessarily if this is a priority of the current administration and if this is something that is feasible within even the next 10 years. So as investors into this, we have to be cautious of how much more money we're going to continue to invest because these dollars are ratepayer money or could help us extend the life. That's kind of my line all the time is extend the life of the rates that we have. And so I think we have to be smart about our investments. I don't disagree that today we can join as a member. 15,000 seems minimal. I would say that let's do that for 1 year, not 6 months, 1 year. I want to see how we work with our current administration and the other state, especially our state folks that represent us here, Senator Hurtado, Assemblymember Joaquin Arambula, who I know have the ears to our leaders from both houses and the administration so that we figure out, is this the best route or are there other mechanisms that we should be exploring? And like even the mechanism of, looking at our wastewater treatment facility and how we can better monetize the resources that this city already has. So I'm okay today with the minimal investment, but I think that we have to really dive deep into the issue to really understand that in the long term, is this something really that the state of California is going to invest in, and how much should we invest in it between now and then? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
Second, I'll go ahead and second that motion, the $15,000 for the 1 year.
And about that, the $15,000, is that the price to buy into this and become a member?
It's the estimated cost, the proportional share of each member joining to operate the agency during the first 6 months.
So
once you join, you don't join for a year, but what we'll do is we'll come back during that time after the agency gets up and running, the bylaws are in place, and we have a better understanding of what those future commitments are going to be, and then we'll come back, do another update, and talk about that and make some decisions at that point.
Yeah, and I'm in full agreement, and there's valid questions about whether the state of California is going to pursue this, and if some point they say completely no, which in a lot of ways they're telling us no without using the word no, then the city entities like the city of Fresno keep investing precious dollars chasing a plan like this. So I think that's valid. But what I don't think is valid is making kind of the premise that the county of Fresno is not at the table. They truly are, Miguel. They're inside. No, they're at the table with money, but they're not, and they're not going to come into this one. It's not their pathway. So it's got to do with the way that the water's being So you're not seeing any counties in there. So that's not the way counties are moving, and I'm just saying. But check it out yourself. So I think we've got, Councilman Chavez is punched up.
Just one quick question, Mike. So I saw the organizations that have been approached about joining. You said only 2 had joined and paid as of yet. What happens if the other organizations don't actually pay into the pot? When will we know? Is there a timeline for them to,
Well,
for everybody to pay?
yeah, those agencies need to go to their boards, their councils, and get approval to join. And yeah, if there are not enough members, then they can't hold the first meeting. Yes. So yeah, that's the process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we've got a clear screen. We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh, you know what? I feel like I failed to go out to the public. Okay. All right. Any members of the public like to address this item? Yes, come forward, sir.
Howard Watkins, resident, Council District 2, longtime resident of the city of Fresno. I think there's better ways the $15,000 is not going to make a break. I'm concerned what's the long-term prognosis for Temperance Flat Reservoir. And using enterprise fund means I, as a homeowner, will be paying a ton more money if this whole thing goes forward. And is that the best use of the money? Underground water storage, expanding the wise water usage program, so anybody that's above average, there's affirmative reach out and you have staff that can talk to them. I was a benefit of that program. I didn't know that I had some broken drip lines, and I had that going for longer. Now got that taken care of, and the water bill is going way down. When the state said Temperance Flat Dam does not cost out and gives you $171 million when we're looking for $500 million or $1 billion, that's a major statement that it's not cost effective. I don't know if that's an equal proportion on the Temperance Flat Authority. If it is, we're talking about a $600 million commitment for the city of Fresno to try and make this go forward. It's great to have long-term planning, but this is a very expensive model to try to get some limited additional water. There are better ways to do it, and it was nice to see that there's some alternatives that are also available to be explored. So I'm not troubled by $15,000. That's a rounding off error given the stuff. But at some point, the city's going to be asked to make a major financial commitment, and it's not cost effective to go that route. Yeah, I think I'll let it go at that. Okay.
I think that's a good point, Howard. Yeah.
I would be interested on the middle group if staff could respond. Is there an equal proportion, or City of Fresno half the water, or 10% of the water, or the farm? I mean, residential is a much smaller percentage of farming, so I'm assuming the city's commitment would not be an equal 1/6, but I don't know that. Thank you.
All right, that's a great question. We'll get that answered for you. Come on up, sir.
Good afternoon, council members, staff, mayor. Gene Richards, 625 West Lamona, District 3. I thought I'd start out with the definition, boondoggle. I looked it up in the dictionary. It says, wasteful pursuit, an activity or project that is unnecessary and wasteful of time or money, especially one undertaken for personal or political gain, or politically motivated government project with little public value. As I look down this, I just check, yep, check, check, check. It's all those things. It's a boondoggle. Yeah, $15,000, big deal. But I've noticed that there's just tremendous political push in the Central Valley for Temperance Flat. It's just over and over and over again. I guess if you repeat the same things over and over again, no matter how stupid they are, they tend to take on a life of their own, and they seem much more reasonable. Well, somebody's talking about it. Assemblyman Arambula talks about it. Huge mistake. I noticed there's a lot of technical language in the proposal that is supposed to make us think that the dam is necessary. It's not necessary. As Howard just said, we have other means to deal with the water shortages. First of all, the dam, the reservoir behind Temperance Flat will only fill in the most wet years, in the wettest years. When we really need it during the drought years, the water won't be there. It's not for Fresno. This is not a project for Fresno. This is a project for agriculture. I'm not a farmer hater. I love food, but tremendously wasteful. The city can get itself under control little by little by raising the rates, the water-wise system, but agriculture doesn't seem to get the message. They're just waiting for these SGMAs, what is that, Sustainable Groundwater Agency, to get, to force them to deal with the groundwater. And yet they continue to plant almonds and other nuts, which are very wasteful, very consuming of water. Could I just finish with the Public Policy Institute of California's white paper on California water storage says reservoirs have very limited value in long droughts. Flood storage competes with water supply. Can't read my own handwriting. Dams disrupt river systems, and that's what nobody's talking about. We have this great resource, the San Joaquin River Gorge, which is going to get flooded. Stop putting the environment to the side. It's important. What are we leaving our children? Climate change will complicate reservoir operations, and new reservoirs are very costly. The state will not approve it. Let's not join this parade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Catherine Fowler, and I came down from Madera because water is a regional problem, and I don't want to be affected by this. The definition of insanity is when you keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. The California Water Commission reviewed this project for a year. They looked at the pros and the cons, and what they determined that there was no effective cost-benefit ratio here. The San Joaquin River is already 861% over-allocated. The people that were developing this plan, the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority, of course, you had to pay a sizable price to be a member, and many municipalities paid a lot of money and still have yet to reap the benefits of all that money they paid. The California Department of Fish and Game also reported that this project would not be in alignment with the San Joaquin River Restoration Settlement Act, and that it was severely underestimated. The California Water Commission only allocated $1.78 million to a project that in 2015 was slated to be $2.3 billion. We all know, anybody in the construction business knows, just the concrete alone would cost you that amount of money. You have to go down there, you have to look at where this dam is going to be located. This is in one of the gems of our area, and it would do nothing but cause a problem. We have enough water, and I have to tell you, this gentleman right here, you gave the wrong amount. $224 gallons a day per person in Fresno, that's a wrong number. It is 0.41 for a family of 4. So that is a way big that's an exaggeration. In reality, what this project is, it's nothing more. You see the gorillas on the west side, okay, these very wealthy water entities that are really, they're water exchange contractors. What they do is their crop is worth so much, but that water is worth so much more. We're going to be subsidizing water that's going to be sold back to us. In essence, it's a matrix scheme. A matrix scheme is developed when you get a group of investors and they have something that's not even concrete, but they're selling it. During the course of this entire project, all the people that were involved in formulating this thing, they never ever came out with a manual of how all this stuff was going to be distributed. Who was going to get the water? One more thing I have to say is Prop 218, there's a couple of cases in California. The city of Paso Robles water use fees referendum. The city tried to raise fees for residential water in order to pay the city's share of the Nacimiento water project. Well, guess what? They got shut down because they didn't get voter approval. and they never allowed the proper type of protest period, etc. There's also the Bighorn Desert View Water Authority, where these guys, a local jurisdiction, it was ruled a local jurisdiction cannot charge one group of water, refuse, or sewage ratepayers in order to subsidize the rates of another group of water, refuse, or sewage ratepayers. Basically, again, all the Temperance Flat project is you're looking for the public to subsidize more underwritten water allocations for these people that are profiting off something that is guaranteed by Article 10 of the California Constitution, a resource that belongs for the common good and the reasonable and beneficial use of all Californians.
Thank you.
One more thing. Millerton
you're out of
Lake, today,
time,
70%.
Ma'am, you're out of time.
611 cubic feet per second going out, 70% full. How are you going to fill a dam if with all this rain,
Brianna.
Millerton Lake is 70% full?
Thank you.
My name is Brunette Harris, and I'm in agreement with the speakers that was before. What I don't understand is you guys are so ready to give up $15,000 to be in this little group, but you're not willing to put a central air and heating on a facility, a multi-million-dollar facility. I don't get it.
Anybody else like to address this item? All right. We'll come back to council, and yes, Miguel.
I just have one question for staff. Has this council formally taken a position to endorse a Temperance Flat Dam?
In 2017, so 5 members of this council did.
And 5 members in 2017? Okay, you should just probably be aware of when you come back in 6 months for more money, at that time we should probably discuss whether the council continues to support Temperance Flat Dam.
We can do that.
A presentation would be great that time. Thank you.
All right. There was one question that Howard had. Remember, what was it, Howard?
The 6 agencies is a little.
Yes, is it percentage-wise based on, or is everybody paid the same amount for the people that are going to join the new agency?
I think Howard's question was, what percentage of water would be allocated to each entity if this project came to fruition?
Yeah, that's part of the efforts that are ongoing right now. You know, how would it be utilized? What share would each entity or each agency buy into? So each agency would have different storage capacity, would utilize it differently. There's limited inflow coming in, but there's the ability to transfer other sources. And the city of Fresno has sources of water that we could put into that additional storage. So it's looking at all of those different factors to come up with an actual operations plan.
All right, thank you. Is that good, Howard?
Would people that receive water from Temperance be able to resell it to LA for $1 gazillion? Or do they have to use it? If they're buying it, they have to use it, they can't resell it.
Okay, let's ask that question. Mike, do you know anything about that? Or probably the study's not at that point yet, but those are the types of things that would be discussed.
Yeah, you know, with our water supply, there are opportunities to transfer or sell that water, but we have entered into contracts with the Fresno Irrigation District where, you know, that in certain cases may limit our ability to make those sort of transactions, but we work very closely with FID through our contract. So it just depends on the agency and the type of water that they have.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now we've got the input of the public, and so these members of the public that have spoken will be able to see how everybody votes in the room right now, which will be very interesting. So we've got a clear screen. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, nobody's opposed. All right, that passes. Yeah, but he's not opposed. So I was going to say it passes 6-0 and 1 with Councilmember Arias absent. Okay. Now we're going to go back to consent item number M, letter M, 1M. And we're going to give Greg Barfeld the Patience Award. for the entire year of 2019, although there will be other applicants. We're just going to award him today.
Good morning, or now good afternoon. You had a question, I believe, Council President.
Greg, I just wanted to understand, I read the staff report and the little blurb here. What is the technology issues that I'm hearing about out at the kiosks that control the BRT system? Is that what this money's about? Yeah,
that's part of what this is to do.
And I'm all for addressing that. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I need to hear what's happening out there.
So this contract is actually the project management from the FTA. And the FTA is asking us to finish out the construction that's still left over. And there are several technology issues, including the ticket vending machines, digital display signs that are still outstanding. The vendors are on site right now trying to fix those issues. And that's one of the reasons why we need this additional money, so that everyone can write their reports to the FTA to say the job is done.
And Greg, should we as council members, having voted to invest a lot of money into this project, should we be worried, or do you think that it's something it's bound to be fixed quickly?
It's bound to be fixed quickly. I was worried months ago.
Okay.
But those problems have gone from here down to the minutia, and that's what we're dealing with.
Greg, since you've waited so long too, do you mind sharing with council what our ridership is in terms of how it's up over last year?
Right. Thank you. So we've just celebrated a year anniversary last Tuesday. Over 2 million riders have participated in Bus Rapid Transit riding on the system. We actually featured it in our brand new schedule guide that's effective for Monday, with a little happy birthday wish in both English and Spanish.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then after we tackle this problem, we're going to need to tackle the problem about getting people to pay for their fares.
Absolutely.
Okay,
and
we'll
we're
talk
working
about
on that, yes.
All right. Well then, Greg, you're probably nervous
Not
all
by
day.
sending them to jail, for the record.
Well, that's an option. Okay. You're probably nervous that I called you up, but I'm going to make the motion to approve this.
Thank you, sir.
I have great trust in your ability, Greg. And so let's just make sure we get these technical issues done, because I am starting to hear about it, and I'm sure my colleagues are as well. So,
Absolutely.
All right,
Absolutely.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
We have a second by Councilman Chavez. We're going to go out to the public now, Greg. If anybody would like to address this item on the technology part of the fax system. Okay, I don't see any. We have a clear screen. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And that motion carries 5-0 with Councilmember Soria and Bredefeld absent. Well, I have one more item. Was 3C still? Yeah. Actually, I'm just going to say that the city attorney's offered to remove the legal workshop. Next week has a very light agenda at this point. And if it's okay with my colleagues, I'd like to do that. And then that leaves us with 3C. And so we'd like to hear about a 5-year consultant agreement with BSK Associates for an amount not to exceed $600,000 to provide testing services for potable and non-potable water analysis.
Good afternoon, Council. Matthew Bullis, DPU Engineering. Before you, I have an agreement, approval of a 5-year consultant services agreement with BSK Associates for an annual amount not to exceed $600,000 to provide water testing services for potable and non-potable water analysis. Basically, this contract allows the city to continue to meet all state and federal water, drinking water standards. We test over 1,000 samples of all the drinking water in the water wells. And
I'd like to make a motion to approve the item. It's been second. Point of order for, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get a second to that?
Chavez.
Okay. Thank you. As you can see, we're moving quickly. I think that shows that we like your presentation.
We like clean water and we trust you.
Yeah. Any members of the community like to address this item? I don't see any, so we'll come back. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So we have that motion also passing 5-0 with Councilmember Soria and Councilmember Bredefeld absent. Now we are going to go to unscheduled communication, and after unscheduled communication, we're going to go into closed session. I have a couple of cards. David Love, you've been waiting all day. Please come up, and you've got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. The name's David Love. I'd like to voice all the way to Sacramento, the state capital of Sacramento, Jerry Brown. I'd like to voice all the way over there to really impeach Paula Yang. She's her organization of Satan, and her organization of Kokons, known as the dark world of Satan's work. There's lots of killings towards infants, baby, kids, children, youth, and elders, to the thousands, to the million, going to the billion of infants, baby, youth, and thousands, lots of infants, baby, kids, children, youth, and elders are being killed. I'd like to voice all the way to Sacramento to where impeach Paula Yang for her organization of Satans. I voiced all the way to Washington D.C. and Donald Trump knows about it. We should impeach because the Homeland Security, and they've been hacking into the Homeland Security, and also they're a threat to the United States of America, and worse, they are worse than terrorists. As right now, I'm going to they're trying to do there's lots of stuff that I want to reveal to Donald Trump. There's Paula Jennings Del Rio of Satan. They're in City District number 5. They're organizations of Kokons. As I was starting, they were doing a lot of blocking. Paula owns one of the houses over there, Satan, and I believe Jose Bazar was harmed. Also, Caleb Ministry. And also, I believe Donald Trump was a state threat. Donald Trump, our president. And also the Pope, POPE, in Europe. It's way more than Donald Trump is talking about.
Thank you, David.
We're talking about a new world order of humanity destruction.
Thank you. Ms. Burnett Harris.
Yes, my name is Brunette Harris, and I'm with the Heath of Southwest Fresno community. As I spoke to you earlier about the Southwest Fresno specific plan, this has been a plan in effect since 2008. This is Frazier's. It's the same identical project, which was back in 2008, which you guys approved today, so far as with the TCC dollars. All of these dollars are included. And also in your get to the front of it. Also, in your housing, your fair housing impediment, there was a lot of discrimination going on in the city of Fresno with the minorities in Southwest Fresno. $4.1 billion went through Southwest Fresno, and we want to know where that money went. This is you guys' paperwork, 2016. And like I spoke to you before, that this project is going to gentrify our community. So we want to put you on notice. We will be sending this information to the Inspector General at the state level and at the federal level. We've been asking this board for years and years and years to have community participation in what you guys are doing. That hasn't happened. Then we have Councilman Steve Brandau to make the statement. He was at West Fresno, one of the meetings. That's not a community meeting and community input. That's what's required for federal dollars. You must have community input. That does not happen. You can't come with something that's already in place and then say that the community was involved. Your housing elements was out of compliance. It's been out of compliance since 2002. You guys continue to pass this amendment with the housing, you're out of compliance. And as we said, we will be dealing with HUD and the Inspector General office on this issue. So if your fundings get pulled, we could care less.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Fernando? Fernando? No. Dolores? Come on up.
You made the correct question about Donald Trump in this new world order, because there is a new world order against Fresno. This named city of Fresno, I gave the council all the information that my father took me to investigate this named city of Fresno. Everything that has the FR title on it, you guys are hooked up with St. Francis order to embrace the Lady Poverty under this rule code 1232 that I have given your council today. All the information, because I read codes. I have read all the codes with these names that my father God, Yahshua ben Yahshua God. I have a diamond eye. My eyes, I am a genuous. Even your colleges, I'm a 4.0 college graduate with a 4 on your honor roll. So if anyone that know how to read codes and everything, I've given you all the information on destruction here. I hope this is given to someone. If I have to contact the Inspector General where she made how this money is disappearing and you guys not having any kind of agenda to contact West Fresno business owner, yeah, there's fraud and corruption all through your system. I have tried to give you this paperwork to have it investigated, filed internal affairs with Chief Dyer. He has told me, what do you want me to do about corruption in Fresno? Fresno police, Fresno sheriff is corrupt. We need to have all this system investigated. I have all the documents and many more to prove under Father God, everything is what I speak is the truth today. You have corruption in the sheriff's department. They're my family members. And I'm swearing to God, since they try to take me out with your destruction of your so-called government law and these judges, yeah, I'm going to challenge my own sisters and brothers that's on your sheriff's force that try to take me out in court. Eye for eye in these court laws.
Thank you. Seeing no other members to speak on unscheduled oral, we will be making a change to agenda. The closed session item will be tabled. David, thank you, we've heard.
Let me say one thing. I just want to let Jerry Brown know that David Love, number 4, building 429, building guidelines, 91.1 radio station.
Thank you, David.
The first moment synced.
Thank you.
Completely
With that said, the meeting is adjourned at 4:27.